Hey everybody, it's Chanchai. It is January 14th, 2024, and we're going into Akai's Open League and the podcast as well. Um, we'll be joining Akai in just a second here. I hope you guys are all staying warm, especially if you're in North America. Right now we're dealing with a cold storm across the country. Portland, it snowed. Yesterday it was freezing, I believe, as low as -10, which is insane for us. But in other parts of the country, yeah, they're close to -10, minus around zero as well. And yeah, everyone's kind of hibernating in the snow right now. Um, the Virtua Fighter monthly tournament yesterday was canceled as a result. In theory, it's postponed, but we'll see where they actually move it because there's a lot of tournaments on the schedule. So that's okay. Having the first monthly being next time is not a problem. It's what it is. But the most important thing is people are staying safe. Sadly, we had friends from Seattle and Salem come all the way up to Portland for this tournament, and then my friend from Seattle had to go back up. A friend from Salem will probably have to go back down soon too. And so I wish they would have a better trip, but I hope they had a good time while they were here. Fred from Seattle did say they had a good trip. Alright, let's join Akai's league here. That said, I had a really good Virtua Fighter week. Friday was really fun in the leagues. I did miss out on some battles, but here we go.
Let me go post in Discord now.
Hey there, Kai. Hope you guys are doing okay. Hope you're staying warm and safe.
Hey, Chanchai. Yeah, I'm staying inside the house. It's -2 degrees right now in St. Louis.
I'm glad Portland is back to around 17 or so degrees, but it was -10 at one point, which was nuts. but only for a brief moment, I think. And I think that was more on yesterday, but we know that Chicago looks like it's freezing like crazy over there, and their winds are the craziest. Hey Silverbolt, I hope you're doing okay. How's Chicago? Is everything okay? I heard it's really cold in Chicago. And -9, yeah. And do you guys have the crazy winds right now? We've had crazy winds here, but not Chicago winds at all. Nowhere near Chicago winds, but we did have hard winds. Oh boy, yes. So Chicago got the crazy ones. They got everything. One time I was in Chicago. I've told this story before, and I went there on a Virtua Fighter trip like 24 years ago, and it was like I arrived like March 31st, right? And on March 31st it was sunny and it was hot. And then the second day I was there, April Fool's Day, it froze. It was snowing. And my face felt like a rubber mask because of how cold it was. So, which meant that my face could not feel my hand, but my hand could feel my face. So it was pretty nuts.
Disconnected from spectating the replay.
Yeah, the VF gods are going to be doing what they can. But with these weather storms happening all over the country, it may be interesting today. We've got lots of power outages in my area, and of course with that some internet outages for some people. So some of these server hops are going to be more than even normal. If you know what a hop is, it's just basically the connection, basically a joint connection across. For each of us, there's always multiple hops before we get to our specifics between our servers. Or even our servers to the server that the game's being played on. So you can expect extra hops today. So the internet gods are playing hopscotch. The VF gods are trying to dance with those internet gods. We'll see how it goes today. Alright, and I'm guessing Akai is setting up, is a little busy, or putting the ads on.
As we're done with, sorry, apologies for late start with some strings.
No problem.
But we already start the countdown of 5 matches. So now that this match is gone, it's now 4 matches remaining before we start the league. So this is how I try. For those not familiar, for those playing the game or not watching the stream, this seems to be the best way to let people know when the league actually begins. Okay, so we have 4 matches remaining before the first league start.
Silverbolt, I'm sure that J-Thor... go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, hopefully we'll get an even number of players so that we don't have to deal with possible game freezing. So,
yep.
All right, go ahead, continue.
Okay, so Silverbolt apologized to J-Thor for the corner. I would say no apologies for the corner. I'm sure J-Thor accepts the challenge even in anger, you know. But it is VF. You know, and you know what? All fighting games have a corner. So 2D fighter games, you got to deal with the corner. It's one of the most important concepts in 2D fighters, is how to fight in that corner. So in Virtua Fighter, that corner is just a little more lethal. But knowing J-Thor, he relishes the challenge, I bet. All right, let's see. Okay, we are still online. Good. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to delete messages. Is that the only way to do it? Yeah, I'll find out sooner or later. Clearing stuff out.
We're just spreading the word of Akai's open leagues.
Yeah, this is pretty much very much a grassroots campaign. So the more people help retweet or let people you have really good connection know that hey, we're running leagues on a pretty regular basis, that would be really appreciated, and would help get more people to play the game. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, everything's fixed correctly. Alright, 3 more matches to go. Excuse me. Alright, and I'll go update the Excel file now.
So, I am looking at some advice I'm giving to another developing player, and they're asking me about, they're like, it's hard for them to see the hit sparks, and so they are asking about sound. And what I will say is, yes, sparks, but also situation checking or animation checking are really strong, but also sound is really powerful. In fact, one of the strongest players in North America, Renzo, uses sound like a lot. And so they're counting on the tournament setups to have audio, but sound is is probably the best, actually, if you have access to it. Virtua Fighter sound design really gives you, well, it won't give a blind person the most information that a fighting game can give, and hopefully the next one would. It does give a lot, and it definitely gives you hit confirmations, because normal hits, counter hits sound very different. The visual thing you'd have to do would be the recovery hits more, but the sound can really trigger what you need to know for those, and it's really good. Obviously, a combination of sight and sound is best for confirming. And then, as you go to eventually becoming an advanced player, again, the skill I really recommend for this game is to be able to predict, estimate what the hit's going to be, because during your during your attack or during your option, you can start to see what your opponent is doing, and this gives you room to kind of have a guess. And then as time goes on, that guess becomes more certain. And so the more you play this game, the more you'll be able to do that. But that's really a big ask for people that are developing. So definitely sound is probably the best for actual confirmation of hits. And then being able to see it will get better with time and play and practice.
So generally, people will react faster to sound versus visual stimulus.
Yes.
Slightly, just a slight bit.
Yeah.
Well, visual has to be processed in a different way.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Both of them are close to the brain, but in my experience, yes, the sound is like people tend to like you're saying, visual and sound are processed differently, and so there's a speed difference too, because it's not just as straightforward as just the synapse distance too.
No, I mean if you want to get physical, yeah, light is travels faster than sound, but
yep,
the recognition of a sound is much easier to compute in the brain, yeah, than the recognition of. Yeah. And this is why a lot of people have trouble with hit checking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
J-Thor brought up a good point where J-Thor said, you know, a lot of tournaments they've been to don't really have a sound setup or it's not ideal, and I would agree. For the record, when I'm playing in the Akai's leagues, most of the time when I'm streaming, I'm actually playing, even though you guys can hear the sound from the game, I can't. On my current setup on the PS5, if I turn the volume up so that I can hear it, I either need headphones, which I just choose not to do it right now, but I do have good headphones. But I like training myself to play it just to train myself visually. But when I am playing at offline sessions, we're definitely like hearing sounds. But we also cheat too, right? Like we're hearing controllers, and I'll say that I love arcade stick. I love lever and buttons. The one downside though is lever and buttons telegraphs like audibly, much more than gamepad or like a hitbox. So there are techniques that we do to throw each other off though when we realize the other person's relying on it. So, like, you know, I'll hold guard and I'll do an attack and watch them respond to me hitting certain buttons, you know. And you know, there's other things too, like when I knock someone down, I can usually hear, if they don't disguise it, I can hear if they're doing a tech roll or trying to mash to get up or just not hitting a button.
So of course there's going to be every person is going to be different on what they can actually react to, but in a Swedish study, in general, people react to visual stimulus within 0.25 seconds. So in Virtua Fighter language, that's about 15 frames.
Yeah.
Audio stimulus, 0.17 seconds. So that's about 10.2 frames.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, this has no relationship for Virtua Fighter, but just to give a whole idea of reaction time, touch stimulus is the fastest, 0.15 seconds. So and that's 9 frames. So unless the new Virtua Fighter 6 gives you some touch sensation to the game,
gamepads will be
you can
cheap.
ignore that one.
Yeah, gamepads will have haptics, right? So you know.
Alright, this is the last match, and then we'll begin the first league of the day. 10 players, so there'll be 9 rounds total. So it should last about 30 minutes.
Should be a very, very fun league.
No doubt.
We got a lot of scary people here. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Good to see you all here. Well, the other funny thing about vision, well, both vision and sound, right? Like, the brain is a fascinating instrument, right? The brain's amazing, but it does a lot of things, like, it does a lot of auto-correcting of its own. You know, that's why we've got interesting optical illusions. The craziest are when you hear audible illusions. Those are amazing. When certain sounds are played a certain way and your brain will process them differently than how they were recorded. and then you make certain adjustments to them, and you realize what they really were supposed to sound like. You know, so just like there was the "What color is this dress" for the visual, there's also a "What did they say" for the audible. And the Japanese one I heard was the craziest, because there's one where a guy's just having like a normal conversation, like da 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 da, and then a lot of people will hear it as and you're like, what? You know, so it's pretty funny. So, you know, the brain's pretty amazing. It does a lot of things to try to help us interpret the world better. And sometimes a little off. A lot of times, perception and reality can be a little different. Yeah, true, Silverbolt.
Alright guys, that was it. We're going to begin first league with 10 players. It's going to take about 30 minutes.
Alright, good luck.
Good luck, have fun. There should be no buys.
Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing we can trust, the scoreboard, right? The love, maybe the hate, the feels to a degree. So enjoy. But we always do the best we can with all the stimulus we got. Alright, this is gonna be good. Okay, let's watch out for these. So with Bushido, I need to really watch out for. Yep. Watch out after evade. Okay, gotta be an elbow after that. Good. Oh no. Good. Okay, so he does low, so if I evade, I gotta elbow him. That's pretty much it, right? So evade. I gotta use mids more. He actually is trying to. So good. Good. Alright. Thank you for the battle, Bushido. Good game. That was actually risky. If he went with his low kick again, would have gotten hurt pretty bad. I think. I need to fix that. Just like I'm attacking his highs, he's attacking my highs too. It's really good stuff. Good game. Yeah, I will say, I think in Virtua Fighter it's actually very hard to hit confirm, if I'm being honest. I think some games, in a lot of the classic fighting game designs that other games have, where you have a little more time to confirm something. So if you're playing Street Fighter, you can do like crouching light kick, crouching light punch. You can do this in King of Fighters also. And what happens with that is those two attacks are just too fast to individually respond to. But doing that sequence gives you time to respond to the very first hit, the crouching light kick, to realize how much time you have to realize that crouching light kick hit. And because of that, then you can do a combo after. And so the hit confirm reward is a combo. The hard part is VF, a lot of times the hit confirm reward's a guess, sometimes a combo, you know? And that also adds complexity to the Virtua Fighter side of it. Whereas in some 2D fighters, you get to hit confirm like two things. Like Tekken, hit confirm 1-1, which means like not two jabs. It's a 1-2 string. It's like a pun. It's their game's equivalent of a PP string. You'll do that. And all right, RJ's coming out swinging. All right, good first round. Really scary first round as always. RJ is very scary. He is relentless. I guess he's aggressive like I am, right? And so, yep. Always expect to string with this guy. He does do delay strings. Jeffrey has good ones, but they are punishable. That was perfect. Really good. I was supposed to escape back throw. Really good. That's it. Awesome round. Awesome round, RJ. RJ gets scarier and scarier with his Jeffrey. He's like me. He likes to find things the harder way. That was a guaranteed low side throw. I thought I was going to get the counter hit, but the damage won. Alright, that's very scary. Oh no, sorry, Silverbolt. That's guaranteed side again. Side. Good thing he's showing me something I need to work on. I thought I blocked. Good game, RJ. I thought I broke the stagger in time, and it looked like I did, but I think I got the throw escape. I think basically it didn't count my guard, right? So I have to apply the thing I taught Silverbolt to that exact situation, being ground thrown into the wall. I hit guard too early, and so looking at it, I did break the stagger, but my character started attacking, which I was holding guard, which means I have to maybe mash guard in that stagger, in the initial stagger, to avoid that, so that I'm holding it by the time that the stagger's broken. I will work on that. That's gonna be hard. All right, JPack, here we go. Nice 6-6 gate, nice. Very good. I got the. As for a lot of developing players, I do say that one of the skills that's a little hard is that just know that whenever you do throw, just be ready for if they do a throw escape. It doesn't like you want to be ready for success. You also want to be ready for failure, and because a lot of players don't, they're expecting to win with their throws, but it's important to. Oh, that was beautiful low block, really good low blocks. JPack, when you get better at punishing them, and with Aoi it's a little hard, you can. There's a few different ways Aoi can punish them. The easy mode is to do 6 PP after you block a low. That's the easy mode. A little better would be to do her hit throw. And so that one's easier. That's not too hard to do, except for the hit throw timing, right? And so you have to practice that in the training mode. And then, but the ultimate, especially with Leon, especially when you block very certain low attacks, is going to be his, you want to do 3-3 P plus K. But that's really hard. Like, for a lot of people, it's cumbersome to do that one. But if you can do that, that one is her best one. But 6KK is also a good, easier one to do too. So she has a few options. Your flow is doing good. This is really good battle here. Alright, good game. I did switch up to a mid there. So it went bam, then I did the mid, right? I was like, he might crouch low or might attack, so I'm going to do a mid here. Because you've been doing a good job blocking the low attacks. But that's how the conditioning works, right? And so, yeah, I chose that one, and it was good game. But you did do a good job blocking the lows. That is part of my game too, is trying to mix up if I can catch on to someone's which defense are they doing more. Are they blocking high? I'm gonna try to do a low because it's annoying. But also if they are finally blocking the lows, then I gotta switch back to the mids. So good game, man. However, mids are really good, but mids are between high, mid, and low. If given a choice, if both are gonna hit, you would want to do a mid generally. But against Aoi, it's a little harder to do, right? This is when Aoi using Tenchi stance is something that I do recommend beginners can use to catch people doing mids and highs. And that's why people like to 2P match against her, because that stance makes them like feel like they can't hit her at all with a mid or a high. But if you overdo it, they're gonna throw you. They're gonna do two-handed launchers. So, yeah. And then, but also similarly, Aoi's 2KP is a pretty good setup move. Alright. Similarly, fighting J-Thor, I have to use mids. Like, he is a person who is going to do the reason he uses 1KK is to punish people that do high punch. If you do, like, if somebody were to do to do any kind of high jab too much against J-Thor, his 1K is designed to catch people using a high attack. So against him, using mids is really strong. But to use mids, you gotta secure frame advantage. And so you can do that by hitting. Whenever you hit, then you can do like a mid right there, like what I'm doing here. And then you just gotta choose when you're gonna do those highs as opposed to doing them by default. You know. So like whiff punishing is a good time to use a high attack, right? Like there. Whiff punishing is a good time to use a high. Lows are fun to mix in there because it makes them really scared to use their highs, but again, be careful in doing that. But J-Thor has a really good instinct about how to block. Like, he already kind of has an idea of how to do fuzzy guard instinctually. It's really scary. Because he's doing it more on an instinctual level than, but it's awesome. Alright, very good game, J-Thor. Very good game. But I was using a lot of mids in that game to illustrate when I got advantage. Sometimes advantage from evading, sometimes from blocking. I do an elbow and it gave me a lot. And then with the elbow counter hit, I could do something else. Yeah. My pleasure. I hope you don't mind. So what I've told people, again, as Americans, because we believe in individualism, we tend to focus on control, right? And so a lot of what Americans hate is this idea of like kind of using our subconscious is what I'd call it, but some would think it's an autopilot, and it's not. I mean, it is, but like an air pilot flying a plane, autopilot's something to manage. I think I've told you this one already on stream. So when I'm talking on stream, I'm using a gear that allows me where I'm trusting my subconscious a little more. I'm managing my autopilot. I am making decisions, but I'm allowing myself to react faster than normal. When I'm playing fully conscious, fully focused, I'm actually playing slower, but I'm making key moment decisions about where I'm going to do this reaction stuff, right? And I'm going to try to react to very specific things. When I let myself relax a bit, and again, these are gears. Gears are ratios of these two things, the subconscious and the very conscious. So when I'm talking on stream, yeah, you can get into a faster flow because you're allowing like the more artistic side of your brain to operate, and it's trusting experience and it's allowing your subconscious. It's trusting that your subconscious is actually watching what's happening, and you can react to it more. That's an interesting change. That is a very interesting change. Yeah, I need to read the full message on the chat log, but I appreciate that. And yeah, always good thing to think about. What would you like to see in a new Virtua Fighter? It's always a great question to ask and answer. So for me, a lot of my confirmations are happening subconsciously, but this is also why you know, it's easier for me to do answers I've already trained myself to do. It's harder to do answers that I don't normally do. And this is why, and my character is stronger with damage potential on non-guaranteed stuff than doing, like, let's say guard punish, but there's some really good guard punish I need to do more. And but I do have a character that doesn't have as good a guard punish, has like some of the weakest guard punish in the game. And so that's why guard punish is one of my weaknesses. Actually, it's one of the things I'm not that good at doing in this game. I'm more about mixing up and more of the flow stuff. All right, good to know that he's going to do that. That was a really good round, Bruce. Bruce is playing awesome here. All right, Bruce, let's see this. Alright, good game, Bruce. Good game. So, in those last two rounds, I tried to focus on utilizing what I think Bruce's sharpness is going to go for. And I tried to attack that. Bruce is a very sharp player. And the good thing is when you fight someone that's playing really sharp, if you have a read on what they're going to use in that sharpness, you can use that precision against them. That's when backdash is actually very strong. If you know how to use it, if the spacing is right, and that's how you can use. That's something I like doing. Yep, this is going to be ring out. Nope. That's ring out. Yeah, 8KK is so bad to do. That 8KK doesn't catch it. It's good that he didn't get caught by it this time, so. Yep. Throw is such a good option when I'm side turn. Didn't do it in time. Very good, very good. This is a good round. Like I like he's like going. I'm gonna throw him on side turn situations, and it's very good. Very good. I don't think I can win this round. Yeah. Really good delay into jab there. It's a really good option against me because he's got me hesitating on defense now too, especially because he's playing at this very measured tempo, and it's really hard to deal with because he's like either gonna defend or gonna do like a 9K. It slows me down a lot, and it's really good. That was an excellent battle. Really good battle, Setsuna. So, all right, really, really good battle. Yeah, I think this is going to be... Setsuna would be the favorite to win this league battle. And that would be fine. Akai could be the spoiler for it for either of us. But I think right now, Setsuna typically will get better round counts than me. Usually I have to win based on the win-loss record, not the round record. Setsuna gets a lot of 3-0s on a lot of people, so it's really hard. That said, RJ is one of those guys that could probably make it a little trickier because RJ doubles down pretty hard. Alright, Bill. Oh no, Billion Music. We disconnected. We're not going to switch to full screen because we know what happens when we do that. So, we're going to be watching this screen for now. Let's see what we say. So Silverbolt says is being able to roll after the first on the ground attack lands and put you back on ground. You can actually do that. So on the ground bounces, you can, not always, certain ones can lift you up more. So you are fighting people that have gotten better at knowing how to combo people that are on the ground. It is an interesting change you propose, and actually I think Soul Calibur works kind of that way. I think so, right? Tekken and VF have certain on-the-ground combos that can be really threatening. So then the question is, what do we think about that? So, and so we would say that Silverbolt says, I don't like abusive on-the-ground play. That's like combo-y. We're not talking about like those like constant ground hits that like repeat, because you can tech roll those. But he's talking about I'm guessing he's talking about specifically comboing people off the ground. Okay. So, very good topic, and it's definitely a design decision that Sega's got to consider. My opinion about it, I like him, right? Obviously, I like him because I like this game's Okizeme. So, the thing I love about this game's Okizeme is that you can stay on the ground, and you can get punished for it, but that's a decision. And you can tech roll. That's another decision. The tech roll doesn't give the opponent anything really guaranteed, though. What the tech roll does, though, is it gives them a really powerful mix-up situation, similar to a cross-up in a 2D fighter, right? What staying on the ground also gives you a lot of interesting stuff, because you get to play more with the timing as the person waking up. So, like, if you the Okizeme can be kind of similar to a Wake Up Dragon Punch in Street Fighter, except that you get to play with the timing on it. But that Dragon Punch in this game wouldn't give you much damage, right? It just gives you like a hit. So the person waking up usually doesn't have much they can do. And if the other person matches the timing, if the person doing the Okizeme has perfect timing on everything, which is really hard, because you can play with the timing. If they're perfectly timing everything in this game on Okizeme, then they have all the advantage, and the best the person getting up can do is just really defend. But they can defend, which is good. So those combos are a way to really get somebody to want to tech roll. And then similarly, the tech rolls are a way to get the opponent to want to do something that's not punishing someone staying on the ground. So I think personally the Okizeme is really dynamic, but it's very advanced. Very, very advanced. But that's what I like about it. But it is always a strong design decision from the developers whether they're going to allow that much play, or is this punishment too much for beginners or developing players, or is this our vision of the game, right? And so it's always a good thing, and always something to think about, and not and one of those never dismiss what people are saying. Most of the people who play any game are going to be players that are not experts. Experts are like less than 10%, and so you have to really look at what your vision of the game is, and like where you draw that balance, where you find the fun, And so if they do decide that this is just too much not fun, then that's really important. Now, I personally think it's part of the fun, but again, I'm also speaking from a minority perspective, right? Very good. Now, there is a huge risk for doing what you did, but that's okay. That was so beautiful! He just called it out. He's like, you're gonna go for a low? Beautiful, Yomi. Beautiful, Yomi, my friend. So beautiful. Look at this. I got called out on all of it. Awesome round, Silverbolt. Awesome round. All right, here we go. I'm going to lose this all. He called the low. All right, that was a beautiful battle. Good patience, good reads. He's like, we're just not going to play the up-close game. We're going to play this long-range game. Chan-Chai's more predictable about when he's going to do a mid and when he's going to do a low. So I'm going to keep it at that range, and that was really good. That was very, very scary. Thank you for the battle, Silverbolt. That was a great choice. Great mind games indeed. I love that battle. So Silverbolt, that was really good on your part, and really good calling me out on a lot of stuff, and using Vanessa's strength to just make it really hard. That is the power of the disruptiveness of defensive stance. That is using defensive stance really well. Now that said, it still doesn't give you the best damage, but it gives you the best disruption, and you totally disrupted me, and it was really good. So that's another risk-reward decision within the player. Yeah, exactly, and that was fantastic. And I think everybody that watched that agreed. It was really good stuff. So right now I had to use the fact that 1K is just a really fast move, right? It's not the fastest, but it's fast enough. And it can also, you got to block it low, right? So it means that it's fast enough to kind of win this situation here. We're going to use spacing a little bit on Akai because that changes a lot of the calculus on what Akai wants to do. And then we're going to hope that we're fast enough. Now the thing is, this is where Akai sometimes knows to use the double-handed launcher because it's fast. Alright, and then we took the ring out when we got it. Good game, Akai. It was good mind games and stuff. So I did use spacing to kind of fudge up Akai's calculus a bit, right? To change his sense of the frames and risk and reward there. And yeah, Setsuna wins with +5 rounds. Like I told you, I usually have to beat Setsuna on a win count because his Akira will 3-0 like a lot of people. So, my Leon doesn't 3-0 that much. I usually win about 4 rounds or 5 rounds. So. Alright, that was an awesome league battle. Congratulations, Setsuna. Really, really good. I told the stream that generally, that I was gonna once you beat me in the league battle, I was like, I think Setsuna will win because you have a higher chance of doing a 3-0. Normally I win in about 4 or 5 rounds. So, yeah, but really good stuff. Really good stuff. So.
Alright guys, the room is open again for people to join and leave. You can stay to play in the next one. It should start about 15 to 20 minutes. For those who want to join, passcode 0114 section. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break here and post it on in the other media sites, and so hopefully we'll get more people to join. Alright?
Alright, sounds good. But yeah, that was a very good league battle. We're chatting on Chan-Chai's stream because Akai's stream is on ads right now. But, responding, Well, what I would say, Silverbolt, is I understand that frustration. I will say RJ's game is really good at, because of the aggressiveness, it's really gonna test like things like consistency. That's what my aggressiveness does too, right? My aggressiveness is really gonna test that consistency, and a player may feel the counter hit versus the non-counter hit timing a bit more when they're fighting me because I'm so aggressive, right? And RJ is very aggressive, so just like fighting NalaStrawba can do the similar effect, where it's really going to, and again, the source of the consistency can be different things, right? The source of the consistency can be, it can be connection, it can be execution, it can be a whole lot of things, but whatever the case is, that aggression's going to really test it. Yeah, and that's really scary, and it does cause a lot of frustration. There are people that on the record hate playing against me, so I understand. I love playing against everybody personally, but yeah, yeah, that is the scary topic. I would say one of the good things though is that a lot of good things. RJ's Jeffrey is going to teach you to actually guard punish Jeffrey, because he is going to sometimes do the full strings, because he's going to delay them, but he will sometimes complete the strings. And I will say a lot of Jeffrey's strings, when completed, are actually guard punishable. So you want to practice that. You want to PK after a lot, or just 6P, or uppercut. But I would generally find out which ones are PK, which ones are more than PK. I think it's really important to do that against Jeffrey. It's really important to guard punish Jeffrey correctly. Otherwise, he gets to get a lot of free string pressure on you. But then also the other skill that you have to use against RJ is to improve your counter hit damage skill. So you got to use things that are going to launch on counter hit against them, and then because you just have to know that you're gambling both directions. He's gambling on hitting you hard, and you got to be able to maximize your reward when you counter hit him back. Just like that, right? That was good reward on your decision there. That uppercut's a good one, right? But he's going to do a lot of damage. So, and this is what's awesome about having an opponent like RJ. RJ is going to train you on how to improve the reward side and utilize the risk of the aggressor.
That was sweet. That was a sweet wrist pause. That was a whip punish.
That was really good. Good whip punish. Yeah, that sweep was really good, and you measured it. It is your zone there. So this is good stuff. RJ is an awesome sparring partner for everyone, and RJ is a player that's getting stronger and stronger, but they're also taking the faster way to learn how to do damage in this game, which is to be very assertive. And I love it. And I like that decision there. So even though they lost to that, it was a good decision. Doing 6P, now they gambled on whether 6P would hit or not, but after the rising attack hits, they're about +3 on a normal hit. And so they did 6PP. That's 6P in general is the correct one. The reason you do a single 6P first and then hit confirm is so that you can block if the opponent blocks the 6P. If you see that the opponent's not hitting a button, then you're like, oh, they might block this. I better maybe not do the 6PP, right? But the 6P was a very fine choice. But Silverbolt did get the successful evade and punish.
Alright, ad break's over. Thank you for your guys' patience. I'm going to start the countdown of 5 matches now. I'll be seeing out on this second league. But if we have an odd number of players, I will join back in to make it even number. But just treat me as a dummy, or just your round by, but just get all your 3 rounds off of me. I'm just making sure that we don't encounter freeze bug during league. We have already lost to the VF Net Code 4 times. So.
Oh no. Yeah. What, 4 times this year or 4 times last year?
No, 4 times total.
Okay.
This year has not.
That's okay.
Has not happened, so.
We're on a streak. Don't break the streak. I just jinxed it.
Knock on wood. Knock on my joystick.
Kai's like, you just jinxed it. You're tempting fate, Chai.
Freeze bug on the versus screen before a match begins. Don't hit the full screen mode. That is the confirmed method.
I can confirm that Portland, I think, has the first canceled VF tournament offline of 2024. Because it snowed in yesterday. So yeah. That said, Haya mentioned that VF is confirmed for CEO. Do you think it's really confirmed for CEO, or do you think they were mistaking it for Combo Breaker?
No, I think to be fair, and I haven't spoken to him.
He might have inside info.
No, I love Haya, but sometimes he gets a little bit too excited.
Okay, yeah. So I think, yeah, I was just like,
I think he just saw CEO and a chance of somebody doing it, and
gotcha.
He just went with it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, he does do that.
Like how he said people will come to Choya Cup that have not confirmed.
Yeah, but there's definitely a lot of people that are at least planning to go to Choya Cup, whether they can or not. But I'm one of them. I'm trying to go to it. I plan to go, but I don't know. I will say finances got a bit hit harder because not just existing finances, but my wife's work changed.
To China soon?
I'm going to China, so that trip's happening, right? And that's costing a lot. But also my health insurance changed because my wife's company changed their insurance provider. And
I hate
the
that.
problem with that, though, a big bill that I had from last summer that was covered suddenly is not. So suddenly I find myself with like a nearly $3,000 bill that I wasn't expecting. So yeah.
No bueno.
Yeah. So it's like I'd already paid, a few $100s, like $900 into that visit, and now I've got like an extra almost $3,000 into that visit I gotta pay because of or I have to fight with the insurance and say, hey, you promised to cover it, what the hell, right? And like, why is the other side, the hospital side, like footing me the rest of the bill, So yeah, that's insurance for you, right? So especially when you change insurance, but we changed in January, so go figure.
Well, usually doesn't.
It broke up. I couldn't hear it. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Don't companies do open enrollment in November? Like with the change happening in December. That's what happened, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I hate that time of the year.
Yeah.
I absolutely despise it. Every year I seem to be paying more and more for health insurance.
Yeah. No, it's really frustrating. So I don't know. We'll see how the negotiations go, but I've never seen this one go that well. But you can tell me if you've seen otherwise, because that would be encouraging. But I haven't. So.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it does. You have to be ready to fight like tooth and nail, right?
Yeah. But the problem is, how much of the reason that apps like Rocket Mobile exist, right, is because somehow, it's like a business model built around the pains of dealing with customer service, right? And insurance is different, but that's the same kind of idea where this phone call is going to cost you like many days of the year. And literally, because it's going to cost you about 50 hours of talking, and so, and it's like...
Do you want to pay in time or in money?
Yeah, and right, so you're paying one way or the other, and that time costs a lot. And then when you have other stuff to do, that time on customer service can get cut short unless you sacrifice those other things. So, it's a frustrating process. Sorry to turn this into Chan-Chai's insurance discussion, customer service hour.
Everybody needs to listen and be aware of what goes on.
Yeah. Oh, but...
hopefully it resolves something that, it's not going to be...
Yeah.
That bad. We have 3 more matches remaining, so pass code is 0114. But when would you be going to China?
China, I'm going in March. In March, basically I think March 9th to the 24th.
Okay. The one thing that I know, so my family, not me specifically, but my parents and siblings has gone back to China. They went back in the 1990s, and they noticed maybe like 10 years ago, and it's such a big difference, like from the 90s to the 2000s.
Oh no, it's dramatically different. Yeah, the last 20 years is rapid industrialization across the country, on like ridiculous scales, and within 5 years, within the last 10 years, even more rapid. It only slowed down about like 3 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. And so the one thing that my siblings was mentioning was that everything has to be paid by basically digitally.
Yes.
Nothing can be paid by cash basically anywhere no more for the most part.
Yes. Everything is basically paid. It's kind of similar to Tap, kind of similar to Password. But basically you're using your phone to pay, or if not that, you're using a dongle. But yeah.
Everything is basically digital now. Like electronic.
Yep.
So
the funny thing is everyone giving the advice of getting a VPN just so that you can like use some of like half the things you want to use there, because a lot of things that the Great Firewall won't allow. You know, so, yeah. But you know, I got myself WeChat account and been preparing for all that. So we're at 2 games left here.
There's 2 games left, and we got General Whipper just joined in.
Awesome.
So first time participating this year.
Welcome, Ripper. Happy New Year. General Ripper is a very strong Kage player, and they've gotten stronger and stronger. When I first played them, I always felt the pressure of their like committed play, and they're definitely a person that's going to make you feel that decision. Like if you tech roll, you got to be very careful and just know that you should defend if you tech roll. But also, their play's gotten sharper and sharper, and a lot more. It's reacting a bit more, whereas before it used to feel like it was forcing you into decisions all the time, and now it's got this scary balance of forcing. It's similar to Tengu Man's growth. Forcing you used to just always force you into these decision points, and then gradually evolving to incorporate more reactive play into their game. And so it's beautiful to watch players that are already really strong getting stronger in different areas, and General Ripper is one of those cases as well. I very much compare General Ripper and Tengu Man of having this very similar growth arc.
I would say you are pretty much on the money with that. But they're very different. I want to say probably Tengu is more of a reversal character.
Yeah.
Whoever he uses, he's more of a reversal.
Well, he's a crush. Yeah, he's a crush and counter character, and set up
and momentum based.
Yeah, it's a very high speed set play, is what it is. You know, but it's like
I found General Whipper is very good with the distance game.
Yes.
While Tenguman is very good. Tenguman is very good using the stage to his advantages. Like, he seems to find those points where he could do those wall outs very efficiently.
Yeah.
But yes, I agree with Setsuna that Tenguman does like to use characters with reversals or sabakis and stuff like that.
Yes.
Even when he doesn't, he will use a whip punish to his advantage at starting momentum. That's just basically how he will tack on the damage. He will stack you like that. That's his stacking.
Yeah.
He's fishing for counters. He's very much, that's just built into his game. I think whenever you want to play with him is going to incorporate some of that.
I think 100% you're spot on. Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt the discussion right here just quickly. This is the last match before we begin the second league. If we can get one more person to join, we'll have an even number. If not, I will join the league, but I will not be participating. I'll just be like your bye in the league, and so just pick me up and get your 3-0, okay? I have to post this everywhere, so
yeah, you don't have to do the courtesy thing. Akai's making it very clear. They want everyone to have equally 3-0 the Akai practice dummy. So,
yes.
But like don't. But if you're waiting for them to respond out of courtesy, you're just going to slow down the league. So, you know. And to make it fair, that's why Akai is, even if Akai came back, they're not going to just suddenly play, because they know that like everybody's supposed to 3-0 this for this league battle. But yeah, and then he can adjust the results accordingly as well. So
yes,
you know, like in his record keeping. So it helps consistent. Yeah, just beat up the Akai. Yeah, or if you want, you know, go ahead and let it time out and go to sudden death and gamble on what that is, and suddenly have a worse round record than everybody else. You can do that too. You know, so you know, and be like, really test the VF Glots to see who they favor, because if you go to sudden death and you let it time out and draw, there are no draws in VF. It will randomly select who wins. It's so funny to see that like, this game does that. All right, good luck, everyone.
Yeah. Good luck, guys.
All right, guys. I'm joined. Just remember, I'm the dummy, so to speak me up. So it's just actually 9 players. Okay, I'll go post around and let everyone know. All right, good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Yeah, VF doesn't do. VF does not do draws. Like, this game doesn't. There was a time when it did, I think. I can't remember. I think so. But this game does not do draws. It's really funny. Alright, JPack, here we go. Why is Twitch app so dumb? Very nice. Oh, nice PP2P. So I've hit you with 3 lows. Now I do the wall. Alright. And then I went with the mid at the end there. That is the risk of doing reversals. Very good. Good patience. Good throw. Very nice. Okay. Good. You can also use low throws if you. It's not the best, but you can. But it does potentially good reward if you block a sweep and then do a low throw. That gives you a higher reward than the other punish options that are easy, but the risk is they can escape it. But but your opponent has like a 1 in 3 guess. It's really tough. So low throw is a really good option also when blocking some of the low attacks. When blocking like the sweep and the 1K specifically. But it is best to do 6-6K or 3-3P plus K. Something like that is generally better. But you can do low throw as well if execution is, if you want to do something that's quick and makes it feel easy to do. But it can become a bad habit, because if they start escaping those low throws, then you didn't get any damage. Where you had potentially really good guaranteed damage in those situations. But as you're developing your AOE, it's okay to use those. It's still very powerful. Alright. Thank you for the battle, JPack. Alright. Let's see here. Where's the Akai? Just what the heck is with. Oh, because you gotta go to a different mode. That's right, they changed the interface that way. Glad you two had good battles as always. Let's go back to the Akai League. Yeah. Hey, Jimi Claymore is watching. That's awesome. Yep. VF. The wonderful thing about VF, it's so player versus player. back. Good. Good. Alright. Good games, Bushido. Good games. If somebody's delaying, that can happen, and there's a variety of things that can be a factor for that, yeah. But it is mainly that you got to go back to neutral. You have to go back to neutral, especially when you do down. So if you're holding down, that's going to be a problem. But there's many other things that it could be. Alright. So the answer, J-Thor, the answer when I do this back turn low is to actually low punch it. Or be patient. If you do that, I can't do the kick on you. Very good. Very good. But if I hit you, you're in a harder position. Good game, J-Thor. Good game. That was a very scary first round, especially. But yeah, so when I do the poke and I turn away to my back. Generally, if you block it, you kind of want to low punch. You don't get much from that. But low punch will stop me from doing a lot of things. It will keep the damage low, and it will basically be prepared for me to maybe block it and respond. But still, it's better than eating like the kick, right? And if I whiff the kick, you can whiff punish me, right? Now you have to be really fast. So that's going to be hard to whiff punish, but you can practice whiff punishing that kick. And so if you just stay patient and duck, or do a 2P, you should be fine. If you duck and let me whiff, if you just simply duck and just hope that I do the kick, then you can whiff punish that kick, but it's hard. It's really fast. But stuffing it with the low punch is generally the thing you want to do first, yeah. Now with Leon, as you kind of know, your instincts has told you to block low, and that's good because 1K is a very easy way to ring people out for Leon, especially when there is like when there's like the tiny wall, yeah, because the 1K will get them, will clear it. It's because he chose to do a high attack here. You need to, sometimes you just got to do a mid. Mids, like I said, mids are generally better than the high. Mids are even better than the low. So that's his response to that. Yeah. Good. Alright. Good game, Bruce. Good game. I think I was able to get him mentally stacked in the final part of this round, so meaning getting him to think about to think a bit harder. See what's Paul said. Welcome to yeah. I do love that. I'll admit that's why I love the ring outs personally. Yeah. But hearing out everyone's views is always good. But I do think that ring outs are always going to be a core part of this game. Actually, have they had infinite stages? They have. They have it in VF3. On the console versions of Virtua Fighter 1 and 2, you can make the rings larger, but they will still have ring outs. But in VF3, you have Desert Stage. And Desert Stage is an infinite stage. And it is one of the stages that people didn't really like as much, I think, in Japan. There is a degenerate thing that Kage can do in the infinite stage where Kage turn. Of course, you can remove this move from the game, but he does his Sonic rolls. You can do it back turned, and so what happens is on the desert stage, Kage can turn around and immediately do Sonic rolls, and then basically he has to roll towards the opponent once, and then after that he can keep rolling away. And if the opponent doesn't hit the exact hit frames, it's really hard to hit Kage when he does this. Then it's really tough to beat that play in VF3. It is possible, but it's very obnoxious. It's a very degenerate thing that does exist. Yeah. VF3 is awesome, but it is weird to go back to because VF3, in my opinion, is an amazing analog Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter 4 modernized Virtua Fighter by making it digital, and I think this is the ultimate digital Virtua Fighter. And I love the digital direction. No, that stage exists on the arcade too. There's no different stages. VF3 has it on both. Very good. Yeah, so Virtua Fighter 3, yes, has that infinite stage. There's a couple there's like probably 2 infamous videos of Kage doing that thing. One against the Wolf player and one against Akira, and I think both were done in tournament play. Like Beat Tribe was where really the most notorious one I saw, and I think that was Skeleton Kage who did that. The fadeaway punch is always a nice one against strings. I don't do it as much. It used to be something I did like a lot. And I still like it. Because it sets up some interesting mind games. Like this. And then against Silverbolt, I should do a more patient game. It's more for people that like to... more for people that are going to be aggressive after I do the 1 PP. Because a lot of the time I'm actually very minus even when I hit with it. And so there's a guessing game that's played. But Silverbolt does the correct thing actually, which is to not play into it. Just be defensive. But some people, but it is a good gamble because people can win big. It's a reverse Nitaku opportunity against Leon. Because he's very minus after the 1 PP. So it's one of those, like, do you think Leon's going to evade, or do you think he's going to try to launch you? You know? And so, yeah. Space Time, I'm doing really good. How are you doing? Are you still in Portland? Are you still stuck here? I'm guessing you're stuck in Portland. Thank you so much for coming out to Portland. I'm sorry we haven't been able to play VF, and I hope this trip has been okay for you. But I really appreciate you so much and appreciate that you came up. And yeah, I'm sorry for that. Hopefully we'll have some time to hang out. Maybe if the Max is running better, maybe tomorrow or maybe Tuesday. But my kids, I am going to be busy with kids because they have school off both days, even without snow. So, you know, tomorrow's Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day. One of the most important figures in our history, in world history even. And also, I don't know why Tuesday's off, but Tuesday there's no school. So. Good. Keep working. It's a skill to build. It's a skill to build, and you can do it. I believe in Silverbolt. You've improved so much in so many ways. You can manage the skill. I get frustrated too, but you also see me breathing. You see me slapping my face, right? Slapping my face is more that the opponent is overwhelmingly strong. Breathing is trying to make sure that I don't let myself tilt, and sometimes I'm already tilted, and breathing is a way that I help myself recover from the tilt and to think straight, you know. So. Oh, that's right. This is Akai. Okay. Let's practice combos. Let's not break walls. Actually, we should break walls just to speed this up, but you know. Alright, here's my bye. Akai's stream has got to be the funniest thing to watch today, to be honest. Akai's stream. I haven't been watching it, but it's like watching everybody beat up the dummy. It's so funny. Let her down nicely. There we go. Aww. I hate that this doesn't work against Pi. It's like, really? It's like this. No. Well, let's see how much Akai's viewership numbers dropped. Okay, they're fine, but they're at 12. But just watching people just beat up the dummy is funny. Ripper is really strong. Let's see how Ripper's doing. Yeah, Ripper is 4-1. He's a huge threat to win this league. And congratulations, Bushido, on the win against Setsuna. It's very scary. That gambling is so terrifying. The dummy can win. It's really funny. Yeah, if somebody decides to be passive and just not, and like let it go to like, you know, to time out, they decide to go get in the break and they don't come back in time, that can happen. Because of the random selection of the double draw. did you hit that? I see. So, do a yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe I missed that combo. Now, this first round, General Ripper does a lot of reading, so you gotta like never really think that like he's like just lost it there. was beautiful. Yeah, don't even go into the ring out zone. I've got the life lead, right? Yep. So this move that I did here caused him, right? It messed up his setup because it pushed me away from where he was going. And so it worked out. That's something you can do in that setup, but normally you should just duck and guard if you're predicting that he's going to do that. But if you happen to do a forward moving thing, that can mess him up. So, thank you for the battle, Ripper. Ripper's Kage is very scary though. Again, I just know those set plays that he did that round, right? So that game, some of the set plays Ripper is gonna do is when you do Shippu, when he does Shippu stance, you really should defend. Most, like 80% of the time, you should defend because he's trying to whiff punish you, or he's trying to especially counter hit you and get a combo. And Shippu stance is a good way to bait somebody at long range for Kage, but it also requires them to be hitting a button right away. It's good against people that are hitting buttons, so generally building a defensive response, a reaction to seeing that stance is good. It's especially useful in Okizeme because what they want to do is Kage will be standing, the typical classic VF1 Okizeme, standing in range of your rising attack, go into Shippu so that you're out, so that Kage's out of range of the rising attack, see that you do a rising attack, and then do basically the crumple. That, and you got to watch out for that. Ripper is always going for that. So you have to respect the Okizeme against General Ripper. You got to really, really respect his Okizeme. And you do it by defending. So. It's funny watching everybody beat up on the Akai dummy in the stream. That was beautiful. That was such a good one. I love that dash and I really like this dash and throw. It's actually very good. This is it. That's good. That's good. That was beautiful. He actually predicted that I would actually block here instead of evade. That's actually really, really impressive. Good game. Thank you, Setsuna. Thanks for that battle, Setsuna. That was really good. I think I've won the league. I'm really happy. Very, very happy. I don't think Leon's a... What do you mean by heavier characters? Because I don't... Leon is classified as like medium light. So, but you mean by... Do you mean heavy on the attack or aggressive? Or do you mean the way that I am trying to overwhelm heavier characters? Sorry. I mean like how your Leon overwhelms heavy characters. Oh, thank you. You will, because of your playstyle and your approach to the game, you're gonna find it. Because you approach the game like I do. And you approach learning by challenging yourself to put yourself in danger, but also finding like how to fight it. So I think you already do it, but I think you're gonna do it more. I really believe in you, Nala, and I believe in you just like I believe in RJ because you both take the same approach that I do for learning the character and for how I developed as a VF player. So you've got this. You've got this. You're gonna do it, and it's a lot of fun. So, and Shun is really good at doing it in the most obnoxious way too. Oh my God! Look at this. Watch this. Runaway. I was like, I don't think they know how to deal with runaway, so I think it's a funny thing to do. Good first round. It is tough. Okay, so with Brad, it's because I played a lot with Renzo. Like, I mean, for all of Final Showdown, right? And because of that, like, Renzo is just insanely strong. And so it's a lot of training, and so that's why I have a lot of instincts about how to fight against Brad, right? And so a lot of times I kind of know, like, oh, this is where I want to evade to the back, usually, and then this is where I'm going to switch to evade to the front. This is evasive moves work here. I'm not afraid to attack Brad when I see stance change. Though right now when I fight against Renzo... Hey, Nelly, good to see you. When I fight Renzo right now, the scary thing is actually there's some really scary ways that Brad can set up a side turn hit on me that can lead to a really big combo. And right now, that's lately the thing that has differentiated my matches with Renzo's, is that I need to get better at seeing that situation and respond accordingly. We play a very high reaction level game against each other, and this is high for the West. In Japan, this is still like, you know, their par for the course is still way above this. But Renzo and I have been having awesome battles. They're not in town right now, but they were in town a couple weeks ago. We played quite a bit, and so. Yay, I think I've won this league. I'm very happy. So I've only lost 2 rounds.
Hey, Setsuna. I'm just came by.
I've only lost 2 rounds, right?
Intermission, and then
That's JPEG. That's why I really want to do a workshop session with you. I'm offering to do, and I'm not going to guarantee you wins, but I will do my best to help you perform better and see some of the decisions a little better.
Character statistics for that later on. Alright. Alright, thank you guys for playing. We will win one more league after this one. So it's going to be about another 15 to 20 minutes. If you can stay, thank you and play. Awesome. If you can't, thank you very much for playing. If you can stay, thank you and play. I'll go almost a pick break here. I'll go 1 and 3 minute ads here, and then I'll be away from keyboard a bit. Then once the ad's over with, I'll start the 5-match countdown. So again, this is for North America region VF players. Passcode is 0114. So again, this is for North America region. And yeah, so here's a 3-minute ad break, just to help support a little bit, organizing and hosting these events, and anything else I do with the VF hobby. Alright, so right back. And anything else I do with the VF hobby.
So I'm going to respond to my stream while we're on ad break. Congratulations Bushido on 2nd place. I really enjoyed that league battle. Worked out really well, and I think I only lost 2 rounds, so I'm really happy about that. Let's see. Joshua Pac-Man, I definitely understand the frustration. I do. I will say that Aoi is a very technical character. For me, she's very rewarding, but it is an uphill battle because big damage is not like easy to come by, and so it means that she has to win a lot of situations compared to a lot of other people, and she has to do stuff like set up 4K. She has to do like use her throws. She has to do land 6-6K. to really do quite a bit of damage, and then also be good at her hit throw. Those are like the quote-unquote easy ways for her to do damage. And doing the reversals is not going to do that damage. So she's a character where the stronger your the stronger your fundamentals with VFR, then you can do more with her, but she's still hard, even for strong players. It's very hard work on her end. Now that's what makes her rewarding for some of us, but that is what makes it tough to even fight in the league with her, because you've got to do those high damage things. Now that said, that's what I would say is that's why I think Sarah is a really good character for people that are developing to learn. Not because it's not easy mode. No character in this game is actually easy mode. None of them are. They're all pretty hard work actually, because VF is a very move by move game. It's a 1 to 2 move flow. But I would say what Sarah does is she trains you to have really good sense of when is defense a really good option, and how do I do good defense. And then she's got when can I counterattack, when can I use the frames. Sarah will train you on that, and then she trains you on Okizeme, because she's got her Okizeme is actually, it's not only is it really strong, it's pretty easy to execute. And then you can eventually learn side game, right? Now the hard part with Sarah is that you need to understand that her throws might not be the biggest damage, but you still got to throw with her. You still got to use throws. And so it's that part is the more demoralizing part for a beginner with Sarah, is that her throw game is not like high damage on both left and right. It's more on back and neutral, you're going to want to do Okizeme. And then with forward, you're going to do more damage. So Sarah will sharpen you, make you a much better player, and that will also make you a better AoE player as well, because you need to play. AoE does need to kind of understand that flow the way that a Sarah player must understand that flow to not get blown up so much, because the problem for Sarah is she can get blown up if she goes risky. So in her case, she's learning how to play safe, but that's also what the AoE player needs to do too. That's why I recommend Sarah to a lot of beginners now, is because I'm like, this is gonna, like, you're gonna be rewarded for doing good boxing. We're gonna teach you to actually hit confirm, because she's actually a hit confirm character. She can hit confirm safely and do damage. That's why I think she's very good for people to learn the game on. I found that Go, while in theory teaches you all the really good situations and does really good damage on decisions, Go is more intermediate because it takes a while for a lot of people to build that and to kind of see things and to be sharp enough for Go. But with Sarah, you can actually react without having to be so like aggressively reacting. You can be a little more passive with your reactions with Sarah and win. So this is my my take on that. And so I think I don't think there's any harm in trying another character for a bit and working on those basics, but also don't make winning a measurement, especially in VF, right? A player like Paul 68 KDMD was losing a lot those first 2 years, but they were incredibly strong. But they're fighting against a lot of people that are insanely strong, and they know that they had to build so many different skills before that. It's like going into a martial arts dojo, and you cannot expect to win against the first Dan black belt when you're a white belt. You also can't expect to beat the master that's like 6th or 10th Dan or whatever. You have to understand that's where they are, but you do have to have the belief that you can get there. And I believe you can get there. But it is this game is very humbling, and this game is very much why I think it feels like martial arts when I play this game, because I had to climb really hard too, and I just kept throwing myself against really strong opponents and took a lot of losses to get strong. So yeah, so that's my take, and I really believe in you, JPack, and that's why I'm always offering to workshop and do some stuff, and I think seeing is better. I understand the pride of enjoying learning yourself and applying what you already know, but I really believe that you can be a very strong player, and I love your enthusiasm in the game, and that's why I'm always wanting to do like a workshop with you. It's not talking down on you. It's just helping you sharpen up and see what I can show you as well. So I hope that makes sense to you. And again, it's perfectly fine to express the frustration. It is healthy to express it and let it out, and we understand. All right, with that, I'll let Akai speak again.
Thank you. I just got back. Apologies for always being AFK so much. We'll do the 5-match countdown now. Thanks for playing Bushido, and welcome Zaytiki. So, one person leave, one person comes in. That's how the Open League sessions usually works. Let's see. Is there anything that we should talk about? Anything? No new events. We just know that the ads is starting to show up in other places besides France. For those who haven't been playing, Tuesday is when it seems to be anyone in the United States had ads popping up. Never stop exploring, which will forever be the new slogan for VF. And I think Chanchai and Super Golden both saw also that sometimes you see Anzu, ANZU, which is a company that helps integrates ads into games. And it looks then like Sega has hired or purchased or paid some Anzu to do these integrated ads into their game. Which right now is very much an annoyance, but I think Super Golden mentioned like if Sega's is implementing ads into this game, it's not a trivial matter. It does take an investment in Sega's part. So you could look at it in the positive spin, in which that means we should be getting more stuff. Hopefully, extra stuff, not like the freeze bug. So,
well, for me, it shows that there is an investment in VF, and that there's continued investment in VF, and that they believe that this is a way to sustain it. Look, the DLC model is one way to sustain development, but another is ads. And I know a lot of people don't like ads, but ads typically pay better when they work. But that's in traditional media. In video game media, it's kind of depends on the player base. But at least to me, it shows that they want this game to succeed more. It's not just the harvesting. I think it is for continued development when it comes to Sega. So that's my belief. They believe that people are playing it, so it's worth paying to have ads in there. And then it's a belief that those ads are going to pay off too. Are going to obviously more than pay off. So
that'd be interesting if, for example, there's you bought the game, you get no ads, or you play the free-to-play version with ads.
Well, RJ, right now there are no ads for the interest, right? There's just there is filler. Because if they just started doing this, they're testing out how it works, but they're putting in, the Never Stop Exploring is, I don't think it's a real brand. It's just, I think it's like 3 or 4 different ads that are placeholder and that Anzu puts in to show these are the kind of ads that you can have, right? Now we'll see what happens. And do we think the ads are all going to line up with our interests? They're not always going to. I mean, look at Facebook, how far off those ads are. They're just kind of based on hearing your voice on the microphone, which is creepy, and the post that you put up, which is expected but also creepy, right? But this is going to be based on VF. That's kind of hard. I mean, there's also going to be, not every VF-related brand is going to be doing these ads. And the ad broker is trying to get more ads, not just perfect ads. Perfect ads will happen more with
money.
Yeah, we still haven't got an official detailed explanation by Sega, so these are all just kind of speculations on our part too. So, that is one of the bizarre. I feel that's so strange. Like they don't really mention anything.
People on my stream are asking about free to play, and what I would say is it could be and it could be not free to play. Okay, it could be crossplay because, as I've mentioned before, crossplay has a tax, and that tax is that Sony will no longer subsidize your your online costs on PlayStation Network if you choose to do crossplay. That's why AA developers and single A developers do not do crossplay at all. Only AAA. Only AAA or only dedicated free-to-play games that actually have a business model like that. Yeah. But in-game ads can still happen on a pay-for game. And the thing is I'm rooting for the game's success, but I also think that the ads are a test bed for the future Virtua Fighter. I think the future Virtua Fighter gets influenced by how the ads play out here. But again, if we just go in defiance of the ads, that could be a win for players, but it could also be a less reason to do VF6, right? So it goes both ways. Is it slightly annoying? I don't find it annoying at all because I actually don't see it when I'm playing. I'm only looking at the characters and like the ring out zone and the timer and the life bars, So I honestly don't see these billboards when I play. So for those that do, I'm sorry, but I don't see them at all when I'm playing. I only see them when I'm watching the stream. So,
actually, when the French players were telling me that they see these ads, I just decided to turn on my game and start looking at the different stages to see if I could find them. And I didn't notice how detailed these stages are. Because, my focus is always just, the actual characters who's fighting the health bars like a Chan-Chai. But if you, zoom out and just make your character walk 360, you see how actually detailed these stages are,
I think these stages are very detailed, yeah. I mean, especially if you can, I do think that's the big difference between VF5 Ultimate Showdown and Final Showdown, because Final Showdown is more of they're like changing color palette swap of the VF5R stages, but I think VF5R dramatically reduced the visual richness of the stages compared to Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla. Virtua Fighter 5 Vanilla stages are gorgeous. And I think Ultimate Showdown just added more detail. Some stages look better. Some stages maybe don't look as good as you might have liked from Final Showdown. But I think that Ultimate Showdown generally, at least there's more richness in the stages because they invested in basically redoing them art-wise.
We got 2 more matches to go before we begin the last league of the day.
And how about this? How about this tear stage we just saw, right? We don't, if you play Final Showdown, that thing blinds the hell out of you. It makes you really, if you're playing Final Showdown on the emulator, it makes you really want to modify it with the VF5R pack, just so you don't get blinded by the bloom lighting. But in Ultimate Showdown, it doesn't blind you like Final Showdown did. So, sorry.
No problem. So, I think it's 2 matches remaining? Yeah, 2 matches remaining. Then we'll start the last league. I will not be doing a team battle at the end again because I have some other stuff that I'm trying to fix up in the house. So, but yeah, I think next week after that we'll continue back to the tradition of doing a team battle to end the session. Let's see what else is there. I believe there's always one thing that I would just be curious just to play Virtua Fighter 5R. There are some game system changes in it, of course, but I think one of the stage is that I think the corners are ring outs, it's open.
Yeah.
I forgot which one of them it is, but that was the some difference in stages out there.
Yeah, that's actually, I think you can later. That is a thing that VF4 had, right? But VF4 also had individual broken wall segments, right? Like breakable wall segments, but it also had some stages with empty corners.
VF4 had the breakable walls, but they had corner ones too?
Yeah. They had open corners on some stages, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm very I really remember seeing it in recent matches, watching online of the VF4 FT matches.
Okay.
That there's some
vanilla VF5 did not have the corner ones, I'm quite sure.
Yeah. I don't remember them in VF5 at all, yeah. Because I think VF5 introduced the whole wall breaks thing, right? If I'm correct, yeah.
My memory's fading.
Well, I mean, it's like 20. We're looking at 20 years ago, almost like 19.
Yeah.
You're like 19 years since VF5.
Early 20s, yeah.
You know. Or actually, I think it's 18 years, but whatever. Who's counting anymore? It's so scary sounding. The donut stage is awesome. That one was Taka stage in VF3. Donut stage is cool.
That's the only circular stage, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the closest then is Jeffrey in VF3 also, but it's like a triangle. I think that stage is kind of a triangle almost. It's like a rounded triangle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, you could not get wrung out in the center on the Taka stage. No, I don't remember any hole in the middle stage because I think that would just... It's against VF's design that it wants you to move forward when you play. Like, even if a lot of VF games ended up having a lot of crouch backdash, the design intention, the way the game is designed, really seems to want you to be moving forward, actually. But incidentally, I feel like this is the one where this game really makes you, like, where it really encourages you and makes a lot more sense to be forward. Whereas in the other games, actually, it's more... It's just really good to stay out of throw range, which is why the old veterans that have been playing since before Final Showdown do like a lot of things that make it hard to throw them, including me, right? So because you kind of had to play that way before. Now it's optional, you know.
All right, this is the last match, and then we'll start the league.
So Nelly asked a question, what one would you say was the most difficult part of my VF development? Well, I always love VF, right? It's always the earliest times, but the earliest times for me was, you know, Virtua Fighter 1 was a wonderful game when it came out, but it was also still felt slow and clunky at the time, but the more I played it, the more I got used to the rhythm of that game. And then VF2, which feels clunky nowadays, felt incredibly fast back then, and it still is a fast game, but it's there's so much learning about the things you shouldn't do, right? Learning about how to flow with the move list, right? And so I do think that's tough for everybody. When I think back to those days, including VF3 doing it especially, for when I watch beginners learn VF, that I understand how slow and clunky it feels at first until you kind of know when the game wants you to input. So I think learning the controls is always tough for a lot of people. And yet you would think it would be when I first went to New York, but actually going to New York made the game make more sense to me. Playing with stronger players, the first time I met Nelly, made the game make even more sense than ever. Playing again and watching people just show this is how you play the game. And I think over the course of that weekend, I think I got a lot stronger pretty fast. I think I was decent before that. I think I was a decent player. But there was a lot of bad habits, of course, and stuff like that, and a lot of polishing. But I think I polished my game up very quickly that one weekend. And then as I played more people from international VF, during VF3, I learned stuff like, low attacks at the end of rounds and stuff like that, which traumatized me to this day, which is why I'm always blocking low, like when my life is low, when I wake up. But that said, I kept traveling and playing. I love the game. I just had so much fun playing it. But, even before going to New York, in Virtua Fighter 1 and Virtua Fighter 2, I had sleepovers when I had the Sega Saturn as a teenager. And I'd play with my friends like 6 hours, 7 hours straight, just like we do when we go to New York, So I was doing that even in my local scene with my friends. And just like J Thor plays with his brother, and Exidy played with his brother, right? So similar thing. All right, good luck, everybody. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me take up so much airspace, Akai.
It's a wealth of knowledge. We don't mind. I don't mind this.
Yeah, we don't mind. All right. All right, guys. Good luck, everyone. We're gonna begin the league now.
All right, here we go. Good luck, everyone. It's going to be fun. Nelly, thanks for the wonderful question. But the more I play this game, it's just fun. And when it's fun, I don't think of the hard parts as much for like difficulty, because I honestly just kept learning this game. All of the games, the from VF1 to now. And I just had so much fun all the time that it didn't bother me. I mean, were there frustrating moments? Yeah, but I also, like I said, I trained in martial arts. You kind of know when someone's better and you deal with it, you know? And so that's why, like, I don't expect to win, but when I do win, it's a wonderful thing, right? And so then now I expect to win, right? And I do expect to win since maybe 2000. Well, actually, I think I was a decent enough player that I did very well. And I also do play a character that like not many people have experience against. So I played Leon since VF3, right? But that's not the only reason for winning, though. I think I was actually pretty good. But I think I just always had fun. Learning mastery was always my goal since I was a kid. But that's just how I'm wired. That's real good, yeah. Nope. No, I learned Leon. The character I used to play a lot was actually... I played all the characters in VF2, but the main character was Sarah. And I did have fun playing Akira. But, and so VF3, when I first played VF3, or when it finally came out on console because it was so hard to find the VF3 machine, I was playing like Lao and Akira. And then... But when I decided that I was going to play with players from outside my state, I made the decision that I was going to pick a main character, and so I randomly selected that. I closed my eyes for a whole lot of the timer and moved the stick around while keeping the eyes closed for like a long time, and then picked a character, and it was Leon. And I've been playing Leon since, because it turned out that Leon was so much fun. Like, I love playing Leon in all of the Virtua Fighter games. I really enjoy playing Leon, like, a lot. So it was Leon was not my first pick. It was a random pick. And I was like, I'm going to try learning this character. And so I learned playing Leon in... before I went to New York, I had sessions with a player that was from Toronto who moved to Redmond, Washington. So I drove... So the irony was the first time he drove up to play with me in Portland, 3.5-hour drive, and the power was out. So we didn't get to play. So the week after that, I drove up to Redmond, Washington, 3.5 hours up there to play with him, and I played with him, and that was KB Cat, aka Graham, and that was so much fun, and I had picked Leon at that point already, and then I went to New York and I played as Leon, and I learned a lot. A Boston player named Peter Radakia taught me a lot about Leon. Here we go, Setsuna. Got it. Now I know what I gotta do at the opening. Now I know what I gotta do in this situation. But can I do it? That's the hard part. Can I do what I gotta do? Hard to know. Six P was so on point. That was so red. Okay. He should... I know he knows this. Like, he should beat this sequence at some point. Yeah, kind of. In Shenmue, it's the earwax guy. Thanks for the vow. I guessed correctly on a lot of things there. Thank you very much for the vow, Setsuna. It's always very scary fighting as Akira. It's really scary because once he gets me to mental stack, I have trouble fighting because I have to fight my own instincts to fight Setsuna. He knows my instincts and he punishes them very severely. He punishes my instincts so hard. Yeah, Chai, yep. So, Shenmue has all the characters in them. It's just, changed for the sake of this new story, and because Shenmue started out as Virtua Fighter RPG, and then they changed it, right? But Shenmue started as Virtua Fighter RPG. I do think it's good that they went away from being Virtua Fighter RPG. I think, not every adventure game needs to be Enter the Dragon, right? So, yeah, the Sega Saturn test version of Shenmue. It's like, wow, looking at that. But what's amazing is looking at how, so going from that to Dreamcast. Oh man, so beautiful. Yes, there are clones of every character from VF3, I think, in Shenmue. So yeah. By the way, fun thing, I found out one of my friends. Some people know that I have a friend who does translation work on all of the Soulsborne games, as well as some other games. I only recently found out that he actually did work on the Shenmue 2 translation. So, long time ago, yeah. But he is a friend that I hang out with whenever he's in town. And yeah. Elson, we're doing good today. So good to see you. Really good to see you. I did get the message from my wife that I have a little extra time, but I know she wants me to shovel the driveway. But I did drop her off at work this morning. I am going to have to drive through the snow to pick her up today. Yeah, well, he does have clothes, right? He's got a Goro costume from Yakuza. The Goro costume's awesome. I love that Leon is Goro. It's awesome. Goro Majima. Goro Majima is it's like a divisive character, but one of my favorites. So, that was a wonderful surprise. I guess I did really good guesses on all this, so I did an evade, and then I did a crouch dash to go underneath the other high, and then I did a hit. Oh, that 2K, that would normally work, but what it was that they actually, so 2K actually normally can work in that situation. However, the 9P actually was early enough that the 9P actually counter hit the 2K. So cool. Because Nelson can tell you that 2K actually would oftentimes be workable there, but sometimes they don't hit each other. Alright, I'm gonna just do mids. Very good. Silverbolt is doing really good measured stuff though. They're trying to slow it down. Don't let. Yep, 9P is such a good move to use against me. Nelly knows this. Silverbolt's doing really good. But I'm gonna. So it's like if you're trying to crush me though, I'm gonna try to mid it up, right? But you do take 1K off the table by doing the 9K. But I'm gonna try to make it so that that's not an issue anymore. Oh, I thought I got the crouch dash under that, but that throw is immediate. There we go. See? Beats the ECD, right? Delay knee. Good battle. Those, I want you to know, Silverbolt, those were very good attempts at disrupting my game. It was a better usage of offense stance than I've seen you do in the past. Keep it up. Later, when you get used to doing the hold forward and kick move on offense stance, that can be a good one if you can know where to use it. That's pretty scary because if I try to counter hit, if I try to abari, that thing will destroy me. But I will try to ECD under it, so that's the scary part. Sweep is good if you can do sweep into tackle. Now that takes timing, and that is hard. And if you're recovering and you do it, that's going to throw your timing off, right? If you like block something and then do sweep into tackle, depending on what you block, that can change the timing. So be wary of that. But if you want to help reduce that factor, you try to do the sweep closer to the time that you actually recover, and that will reduce the fudginess of doing a hit throw. All right, here we go. Bruce the Beast, very scary. His skills are very matched with Sarah too. I didn't get blocked there. If I had block, I would have KK'd that sequence. I like that. I like how I mitigated that damage. I need to punish that better. This 1 KK, always good if I can get it off. Thank you very much for the battle, Bruce. Don't underestimate Bruce's Sarah, though. Bruce's skills really match Sarah really, really well. I was able to annoy his Sarah by doing a lot of lows, and so it just means that more mids would have stopped me probably. And if I didn't get away with ECD, if I did get away with ECD, then throwing becomes better as well as the sweep. But also, Brad is very Bruce the Beast is very strong, but I do feel that as their Okizeme gets better with Sarah, the more terrifying they will be. And maybe I just guessed correctly against their Okizeme. But that was the thing I was not feeling in that match, was the pressure from Sarah's Okizeme. And Sarah's Okizeme is terrifying as hell. I hate her Okizeme so much. Stuff like doing 4K and hitting, and then having Flamingo. Stuff like 1 kick plus guard kick, picking them up off the ground and doing combos. Really annoying. But being locked into Flamingo, especially side turn Flamingo, is the worst. I hate it. Their Flamingo game was fine. I just gambled on them doing a high, so I kind of just went high risk with it. But if they did more 6KK, I think they would have controlled me in the Flamingo more and set the tone and get me locked into being defensive. Yeah, side turn Flamingo is the worst. It is insanely powerful, but you have to know how to pilot it. I thought I blocked it. That's okay. So this is the tech here, right? I do an 8K right here, but he has options. So because I crouch dash, I think it didn't work out. That was a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm glad that I confirmed it. I'm glad I stayed ducking here. Watch, I ducked and then went to throw. Really good battles. Really good battles. Ripper. Ripper's Kage is very scary. Like, these are just one-off games in league battle. Ripper is a player who can really get reads off their set plays. So I try to disrupt it. I try to make sure they can't get the set play on me, but it's really hard to do that. And I'm glad that I've just been fortunate to guess correctly on this when I am stuck in the set play. Right? Set plays are just basically mix-up situations that are very scary, and that usually they're stacked against standard answers. Yep, yeah, I used Sarah a lot in VF2 days. Rayblade and I go back. While we may have played VF1, my memories. I've known Rayblade for a long time, since Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, since about Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting. But Rayblade wouldn't remember me back then. I was just another kid at the arcade. But I did have good battles with Rayblade back then. But I do have memories playing Sarah versus Rayblade's Akira at the arcades quite a bit in VF2. He was the main person that I loved fighting against. It was never an official rivalry. He didn't know me at the time, but it was a lot of fun. But we had common friends. Really good throw. That was correct decision. 1000%. Throw was not a good decision there. So Good. That was a good choice. He knows that I'm gonna try to. That usually I'll try to evade the really scary one. So right now these lows, they're not hitting on counter hit. What they are is they're disrupting the fact that he's trying to do high attacks, and that's why I keep saying use it when given the advantage or the situation it looks good for you. Using a mid is much better, right? Using a high, like even the 6 PP, if it's not guaranteed, that second being a high is a vulnerability. I hit a button during the evade. I'm glad that my instinct told me that he was going to actually stop after that elbow. But if I attacked, I would have still beaten the side kick. So that's the hard part about that. But eventually, I do need to give him the drill for practicing single elbow in the fuzzy guard. I will give you that drill, J Thor, because you got to practice that. Single elbow in the fuzzy guard. Really important to do. There are 3 situations as a developing player where you should practice fuzzy guard. The first 2 are easy, the third is hard. First 2. Number 1, whenever your elbow is blocked. So elbow, and then just understanding this is what makes elbow with a guard cancel as opposed to elbow with a punch really, really strong. So elbow with a guard cancel, number 1. Number 2 is anytime your opponent does PK, because that's going to happen a lot. You're going to get punished with PK a lot. Anytime your opponent does PK, you want to do a fuzzy guard there. Crouch dash into standing guard. And then you could mix it up later. Later on, if you're ever thinking, well, the opponent can beat my fuzzy guard. Okay, but the things that they do to beat your fuzzy guard is usually will lose to ECD. So just know that. But start with fuzzy guard first. Fuzzy guard is the one that sets the tone. Just like mids set the tone, fuzzy guard sets the tone. The third situation to fuzzy guard, the hardest one actually, but you can do it if you like to play strings the way that you do. When you do your high strings, punch, 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 and your opponent does 2P, when you see the 2P, do a fuzzy guard. You got to train your brain to look for that 2P though. And more and more you play, the more you realize, oh, when they hit me with the low punch, I can fuzzy guard, as long as it's not a counter hit, but a lot of times it's recovery hit. That's the secret. So right now, I'm using a technique against Akira that is not recommended for beginners. I'm doing a dash before I do evade, and that way, if he accidentally does like the delay late, then I'm okay, right? I will still lose to throw. Alright, I got a recycle combo. That was fun. I got to recycle the combo. So.
Round 3. Ready?
That was a good fuzzy guard right there. Or that's where I should have fuzzy guard, and I did not. Good game, Zaytiki. Good game. I do like the direction that your Akira is going. Keep it up. Keep it up.
What a knucklehead.
Yeah, I've been doing that for as long as I can drive. I'm willing to drive a long ways to play VF. Awesome. I should be in town, and we should definitely do it. Remember to remind us a month ahead. If you can, remind us 2 months ahead. Remind us every month. Remind us every single month so that it's always in mind and always ready. Especially Seattle. I'm not a Seattle person, but I got to tell you about Seattle. Seattle, you got to plan ahead. And you got to understand that Seattle people hate going to downtown. Now, our current VF sessions are in downtown. Some of the players in this generation live in downtown, but a lot of people that don't live in downtown, they hate driving to downtown in Seattle, and it is one of many dynamics that contribute to what we call the Seattle freeze, where Seattle Seattle people can feel inaccessible. And it's the circumstances. It's actually the reason is simple. For this dynamic reason, for this particular reason I'm giving, it's because parking is expensive in Seattle, downtown, and driving sucks in Seattle, period. It is worse driving in Seattle than San Francisco. The hills are more severe, the maintenance to your car is bigger, more expensive, and it's also certain other patterns with traffic there. The freeway is especially frustrating. And the culture is weird because in Seattle there's like maybe 5 different speeds that people will drive at, and they will insist on driving that same speed. It's like everybody's on cruise control on 5 different speeds. And it's really annoying because sometimes someone might be next to you, but they're not going to speed up or slow down, so they don't mind just being right next to you. It's really weird. And the other part is there's a lot of freight trucks that go in Seattle. Like, there's a lot of freight trucks there. And so because of that, because of the freight trucks, very good, Akai. That was such a fun round. Because of the freight trucks, then suddenly you're going to feel this weird pressure that makes you feel like you're going to be run off the road. Like, all the time in Seattle. It's really weird. But anyways, the point is driving sucks. And so Seattle people just, if you do something like you show up and you're like, hey, we talked about like the other time about that if I come to town, you told me that we can hang out. And they're like, yeah, so where are you at? And you're like, I'm downtown Seattle. They'll like think for a second and then they'll go, I can't really make it out today. And you're just like, what the hell? But if you said Bellevue, if you said Redmond, if you said other places, they would probably say yes. You know? Yeah, so what you'll find in Seattle, a lot of people that live there take public transport. Rich people take public transportation. That's how much they hate driving in Seattle. They will take the bus. They will more than any other place I've been to. Rich people will. You could have a guy who is like senior manager of development at a high-tech firm. Gonna take the bus, public transport, carpool. You know.
Round one. Ready?
Yes, it is. You should invite fighting. You should 100% keep fighting Bruce. He will train you on really good VF and how to flow and a lot of the decisions there. Okay, so when that rising attack was blocked, more often than not, you should defend there. Defend means guard or evade. Very good. And then I'm going to elbow. See, that's a standard response to blocking low punches and elbow. And notice, like, I'm at very little risk, right? It's because elbow's good. Jackie can also do, like, uppercut. It's really good. Very nice. Alright, good fight. This is a good fight. This is a good fight. You're doing well. So, because I like to evade a lot, the risk of doing bigger attacks against me is that if I evade you, I can probably punish you. But you're doing really good. This is good fight. So the problem with your low punch, the problem with your 3P is me doing a low punch right away. There. Because highs, right? Highs are going to get interrupted by 2P. Boom. Right. Yeah. Good game. Good game, JPEG. Good game.
I thought I'm better.
But also, a sharp response to develop is like when you block like a low punch, do an elbow. Now, the way I do that, I'm not waiting to block the low punch. It's that I know I'm going to defend because I'm minus. So I'm like, well, I think I'm going to block here. And even though it's a split second, I'm like, I know I'm going to block. And then I see that 2P animation. I see the opponent crouching and ready to do a 2P. To me, in VF, that 2P sometimes, if I'm looking for a 2P, it looks as dramatic as, say, Jin Kazama and Tekken doing down one, right? Is it down one? Yeah. Down one, right? He steps in and does like this crazy mid punch that looks like a low, okay? He does that like that hard-hitting punch, right? It looks like that's what a 2P looks like to me when I'm playing and I'm looking for a 2P. Right? So I'm looking and that's how dramatic it looks. Now, of course, to most people it looks more like down 2, where down 2 is exactly the same type of animation, same time, similar. But when I'm looking for a low punch in my flow, I'm like, oh, there it is. It looks like a down 1 in Tekken, right? And down 1 is a very dramatically slow, powerful low punch. Thank you, everybody. Yay! I lost, I think, only 2 again. So yeah, 2 rounds. I was feeling very much in the flow today. Thank you guys so much. Thank you very much.
Open league session will be Friday nights. I will be hosting on Tuesday, which will be basically the day I try different things out. And so this Tuesday is going to be I'll be trying out the invitational leagues. If you can't make it, don't worry. It's always just try things out and see if it actually works or not work. And so we'll definitely have a AAA. Basically, whoever got first place finish will get a ticket from the basically last quarter and this quarter. Whoever got first place finish will get a ticket to participate in AAA League. So I'll be making a PSN group chat for that. We're going to be doing something also. I'm not sure if it's going to be single A or should we just make it for anyone who haven't got first place finish this last quarter to participate, just to kind of get things moving. Alright. And usually we end with a random team battle here, but today I will have to cut it short to take care of some stuff, fix some stuff in the house. Alright. Let's see. And if anyone is watching from Europe, we'll do something similar on Monday, Invitational League. Alright.
That sounds awesome, and I am glad that it sounds like you're confirming that there will be a return of the team battle sometimes.
Yes. Just the first 2 weekends have been a little bit more hectic with stuff that needs to be taken care of, so I have not gotten the team battle started up again.
Silverbolt asked a question. He asked about single A, yes or no, and my answer would be keep looking out for Tuesdays as the day where developing players will have special time for them. But I'm not sure the way you're planning to do it. So, keep looking out on Tuesdays. Keep attending Tuesdays, and but you go ahead and answer the question properly.
Yes, there will be single A. For Europe, there won't be because I don't think I have enough interest yet with that group of players. With North America, I think there is enough for single A. I think let me go post on the group chat or something and see what is people's opinion.
I will tell you, J-Thor and Silverbolt are definitely a yes for single A. So J-Thor, single A is a development league where basically strong veterans are not... Oh, go ahead.
I won't call it developmental league. It is a competitive league that just restrict the stronger players from playing.
Okay, it's a competitive league without the winning players.
I mean, everything basically you play could be considered developmental, but the focus is that the single A is intended for the only
so this might bring up a good topic, but
novices and intermediate at most.
I don't think novices and intermediates feel insulted by being called developmental. I'm still a developing player as a strong player, but I think it makes it implied that this is for people that are trying to get better, because there are a lot of players where some players want to know, like Nelly or Shadosha might want to know, like, oh, okay, this league is not for me to compete in, but I can comment, right? But if we don't make it that clear, and again, single A is the way that you make it clear, but again, but it does have to be explained. So I usually have to explain, no, single A is for people that are not consistently winning the leagues. But I also create that there is a barrier, because it's not just the people that are winning leagues, right? Paul doesn't play all the time, but I don't know if you're going to put Paul in the single A. So this is why I say development, because I don't think it's insulting at all. I think it's on the nose about who this thing is targeted for, but to help them graduate to being more champions, you know? It's just more about the communication of what the event is for and who it's for. And a lot of times, if you don't make it clear who it's for, it's just very confusing for a lot of people, and then you don't have people show up for it, right? And they're like, well, you know, and I don't think there's any hurt feelings about calling it a developmental. Of course, if we just said beginner league, then there's going to be some intermediate people that wouldn't go. But I do think that intermediates are covered, and so I think by telling them that, it's okay. I in my experience, people don't feel bad about it. In fact, people are hungry for it, right? They're like, well, I go into the league, but I'm going to be fighting Chanchai and Setsuna, right? Those are the people that are saying no to the league, right? It's not the people but the people that are saying yes to the league are people like, oh, I can challenge it, or don't hear that, right? So I think it's a bigger deterrent to say that, that to say this is where just the champions fight or whatever, but that helps to clarify when it's not. But I think letting people know that that's why I chose development. Just in my experience, people are okay with it being called development. I don't know many people that feel insulted by that title. But I think the people that are insulted by that title would be insulted by anything that was even remotely suggesting that they were not a top tier contender.
Alright, so there's the reason I'm not calling so the focus is that it is a competitive league that is intended for restricted to the beginners and intermediates, and so the best way to allow that to happen is that for now to determine who gets to play in it or not. And the easiest way for me to do it is to say whoever got first place finish, they have a AAA league that they could participate in.
Okay.
There's again, I need to point this out. The idea originally is that there's going to be 3 tiers.
Mm-hmm.
But single A is specific for competitive, or just people who want to play. All right. the reason I don't like to use the word development, because again, I think everything you could basically learn. Like right now, I'm playing this. I'm developing and learning new stuff too. And people even use these open leagues, just to try out different characters to learn, right? Is that some people just want to play and not necessarily be you to actually develop. I guess is one way to say it. So
but
that's why
I think we're drawing straws.
I made into a point. I made it to the point where it's basically a competition for the lower skill level players or intermediate level players. That's what tier leagues intended for.
Right.
And that's why there was the added additional stuff, which is what I refer to as the practice league session, which is focused on education and development.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's making sense now to you.
No. Well, that it makes sense to me. I'm talking about, does it make sense to a newer player? Does it make sense to the beginner? Because I have to explain it. And I'm telling you, I explain your league a lot to people. Okay. So, I mean, single A by itself doesn't make sense because a lot of people don't. Like, nowadays, baseball is still one of the big three sports in North America. But even then, not everybody understands what single A or triple A means. But I'm cool with it because that is your branding. And that's why I've never told you not to use that. I am just saying that I do have to explain what single A means, right? And triple A, and people that are regulars to this, to watching the Akai leagues or playing, are explaining it to others. Right now, I think Nelly just told, Elson just said, triple A is like the Champions League and single A is like the Beginners League, right? And it's just, that gets back to just, again, we did it because we're explaining, right? and when we're explaining it, again, we're like, yeah, if you're a beginner, if you're intermediate, if you're not triple A, then yes, single A is for you, right? But it's always going to be, well, am I or am I not? And that's okay, because when that time comes, we explain it. And so that's why single A, triple A has worked for me, but it is also
so
less
let's simplify this right now. There are people who have already shown interest. Yes, there will be a league for you to participate that is specifically intended for a certain group of players. All right. Specific for like J-Door and Silverbolt, they are want to participate in a session which is meant for to get better and to teach. So that is one thing separate. All right. Okay. And that would be done usually at the end of the main events. All right.
Okay.
So for sure on this Tuesday, there will be a triple A for whoever can show up and participate in. Those are the people who got first place finishes. It's just a definitive group of people who has done something to show there. All right.
Right.
The thing that I would not know, I'm not sure will be happening is it going to be a single A league that I'll do, which is people who's already said, yes, I consider myself a lower level or intermediate level player and just going to stick myself into single A. All right?
Yeah.
Or will I be running a league in which it's just anyone who has not got a first place finish gets to participate in, and then after that league happens, players will be filtered. You can continue to participate in this or you do not.
Yeah.
All right. The issue is that I have is that it's usually just you and me who's talking, So it's hard when I'm not getting the feedback from others.
Right.
So the more feedback, let me know the way I could actually explain. And I know I don't explain things always the best, and that's why I always keep asking for feedback.
I do, and I respect it. It's just in my experience with customer service, with teaching the game. And we all have those experiences. You and I both have done customer service, and you and I have both taught the game. The communication aspect is just that, I think for you, accuracy, like specific accuracy in language is really important, right? For me, it is important too, but at the same time, and that's especially if I'm trying to write like an article. But when it comes to getting people to come to events, and even explaining concepts directly one-on-one to a person. It's about getting them to understand it. And to get them to understand it, sometimes I will be loose with the language, because trying to be too accurate, try to explain, it's like when you're trying to tell a new player about all the minus situations, or because these other responses exist, because sabaki exists, you shouldn't do a mid, right? Or you can do a mid, but they could sabaki it. Well, you should start with you can do a mid, because what you want them to do is to practice doing the mid and then learn the exceptions as they go, right? And so trying to be too exact can backfire, because you're just doing, because it can be information overload, or it can require extra explanation. And so this is how we relate language, and that people are not textbooks, right? And not everybody's in college. And I had to learn a lot during COVID when I was teaching my staff about a lot of concepts, and you realize that our education taught us a lot of things like exponential growth. But then I found out, most of my employees don't understand what exponential growth is. And I had to walk them through and maybe use zombies as an example to kind of help them understand it. So it's just one of those things, and that's okay. You don't have to do that. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just saying that's the angle that I tend to come with, and that's sometimes why you'll see me be less precise with the language if I think it will get the message across.
I think that's very on the point.
But I think it's always a balance, and it's always within our comfort zone. It doesn't make me better at communication than you. It's just our different styles. So anyway, sorry if the feedback felt like it was trying to contradict what you're doing. I'm not trying to change anything.
Yeah, the Silver 5, Silverbolt, yes, there will be some... On Tuesday, if you're free, there will be something that you can participate in. But, yeah, I'm continuing this discussion afterwards. But I have to actually get certain things done, and this should be right now the random team battle if we had won it. So, thanks again, Chanchai and Setsuna, for helping co-host, and everyone who participates. Are you still planning to stream, Chanchai?
Yeah, I'll stream for a bit, and thank you again so much, Akai, for everything you do. And the way you do it, that's why I don't try to tell you how to run the league, because I really love how you've been doing it. I do. And it's been very successful. So thank you very much. And yeah, this has been a lot of fun. And obviously I'm pretty happy with my play today. But yes, I'll be streaming for a while. So.
You should be, dude.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really good battles, and we'll have more.
You guys have a good night.
Have a good night, Akai. Take care.
You too, man.
All right. Well, everyone, we're all really thankful for Akai. These leagues have been super amazing. He is a very smart player and a very smart person, actually. And it's just he's done so much for the community for a long time. I think for almost 20 years at least, and I'm just really grateful that we have him. We are so lucky. And I think now Europe sees how lucky they are to have someone like Akai too. These leagues have just been so amazing.
Sure.
Thanks for the kind words, Chanchai.
Oh, you're welcome. I thought you were off the stream. You were off the stream, but you're still on Discord. Yeah, but I wanted my audience to know, too. But they know already, but it's always good to remind. It is. That's another thing I've learned in life.
Goodbye from Chanchai stream.
It's like, oh, Akai's still here. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad he got to hear the sentiments, too. So, I'm really glad we got Zaytigi and RJ. Man, Setsuna, you've got... I think this is good. These are the people who like to be aggressive and learn VF the direct way. I really miss a player like... Another player who did that I missed from the newer generation, that was when this game came out, was Ice Wizard. I love fighting Ice Wizard. I love how Ice Wizard's like that. Jimmy's here. Awesome to have Jimmy here.
I wonder if he's just not paying for PSN Plus?
It probably is, and I hope to get them on Final Showdown on PC then, if that's the case, if they have access to it. Because Ice Wizard is such a good player, and another member of the new generation, and they have a similar approach to learning that RJ, Zaytigi, and Nala have, which is they put themselves into the fire. They're like, the more decisions I can see, the more I can learn and get stronger at it, and know that this game is not that scary, even when it is. Setsuna, you should know that Elson, Dark Speeds, is going to be in North America this summer in July, and so see which meetup you can go to where they're at, and if it turns out they're in DC area, tell them. Elson, if you go are you going to go to the DC area at all? That includes Baltimore, Maryland. Could include a lot of places. Is even Rhode Island included?
No, Rhode Island is north.
I thought Rhode Island's way far away, but I was always wondering why it seemed within reach, but I think it's just more the whole Northeast, the Northeast is just
Northeast, like New England is Rhode Island, and
they're all doable is what it is.
Yeah.
Like Seattle is to me, right? So
yeah, for sure.
Oh, awesome. So, yeah, Dark Speeds is going to be in Brooklyn and in Boston. So, yeah, Brooklyn Arcade.
Boston is going to be Numbers. Because,
is Numbers out there? Or because Rhode Island?
So, Numbers is Rhode Island.
Yeah.
So, that is Boston, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont.
But if Dark Speeds wants to play against Rod Nuts, it's got to go online, right?
Yeah.
Because family man, family man.
Yeah. I mean, they could always go to his house, but I don't know that his wives are going to be happy. I know my wife wouldn't be too thrilled.
I will say, Dark Speeds, you don't have to worry about Johan, about numbers. I'm pretty sure, assuming Numbers' situation with work continues to be as great as it is, I think that's going to work out.
No, he just got a job.
He just got it. I know. But we'll see his situation in July. Meaning it should be good, but is he comfortable going out to Boston? We'll see. And hopefully, because Dark Speeds talked about kidnapping him. So... That's good stuff. All right. Awesome. I think that'll be very, very good. Numbers is really fun. Yeah,
he's a fantastic travel companion.
Excellent round. Can't make it up. At the very least, he'll call up Boston. Sounds good.
Is he gonna get Shang or something?
Shang is in that area, but I don't know if Shang seems to be online only now. So.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, Masong is a good Leon player as well. I haven't fought Masong in a long time, but he's a really nice guy too. Nice.
I'm going for that this time.
Very nice. Good game.
You almost had me.
Yeah. Well, I was commenting on like what you did, not on the win. But yeah.
Is that high, or is that just like two loons?
I don't remember which move it was. I always forget that's gonna. That was an awesome battle. I always forget that's gonna wall stagger. I'm like, I need to remember the 3 P+K wall staggers. So good,
Yeah.
Such a good move.
A lot of people just think about the mid.
Yeah.
But there's a 3-way there, because if I guard break you there, you're also screwed.
Yeah. So Dark Speeds, the funny thing is that St. Louis has a lot of players, but it's the weirdest mix of players that it's like some will go offline, some won't. And so it's like, it's really unfortunate because they would be one of the biggest active offline scenes if all of them would do offline, if all of them would get along. So, you know. It's something about St. Louis has got a swagger, you know. For as long as I've known, they've had some of the nicest players. They have some really nice players, and then a lot of players with swagger. Something in the water there, or maybe just everyone drinks beer at all ages. I don't know. Because they have really cool players. Yeah,
I could probably hit Brooklyn if he does it on a weekend.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
It probably is the beer in the river. Yeah. Honestly, I have a feeling alcohol is a part of this, of the St. Louis thing. It is culture too. It's weird because it's technically, I think it's a Midwest, but a lot of the Midwest has a more calm demeanor, but St. Louis is like the rowdy Midwest. You know?
It's got more West than the Midwest.
I don't even know if it's West. It's got like a southern. It's a southern rowdiness that's in there. You know, it's like it's a southern type of mountain, and I think they are the beginning of the South too, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so I think it's the southern. It's part of the southern culture. They got a very interesting mix, but they have amazing gaming scenes always. You know, something about that place always has gaming scenes. So board gaming, it is such a wonderful place for board gaming.
You know what, the other interesting part of it, you know, you're right that they are the South, because they have some fantastic barbecue here.
Yeah.
Well, we could always try, Nelson. Brooklyn or New York to DC is just 6 hours in bus. So you can come down. I can for sure, you know, we can think about a weekend, or if you're like doing the weekend, I can travel up to Brooklyn.
Yeah.
We can make happen.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I think you're going to really love, you know, Brooklyn Arcade, and it's the second location of Brooklyn Arcade, but it's not the biggest venue, but it's a wonderful venue. They've got the games, they've got the setups, but the main thing is they've got staff and community, and that community is so tight-knit. Like, just if you look at their Twitter account, you'll see how many people celebrate birthdays there, because everyone really celebrates a birthday. Even when I was there was a birthday, I think, that celebrated. But also they regularly have like group meals. And it's like nothing says community like group meals and birthday parties, you know? like Brooklyn Arcade has real love.
Their patrons.
Yeah.
And Steve is a fantastic guy. He's a fantastic host.
And if you ever feel unsafe, even from a regular, you can let them know. The staff will take care of it in a good way, right? There was one regular who just wasn't having a good night and was probably, you know, drinking. And it made a certain other player in our group not feel comfortable. So I brought it to the staff's attention, and they handled it beautifully, you know, and no judgments or anything like that. They just wanted to avoid an incident happening, and that guy, as scary as he was, understood, you know.
Yeah, I remember that.
So at Brooklyn Arcade you can feel very safe. I mean, Brooklyn is going to have its own vibe that, you know, like my wife might not feel the most safe there because she's not used to it, but it's actually quite a nice area. But Brooklyn Arcade itself is especially nice, and you know, all of the Uber drivers very nice, but also Killa like walked the whole place Nero walked the whole place, and they seem to have a really good time. You know.
Yeah, I think it used to be a more sketch part of Brooklyn, but now with Industry City being there, it's a little bit nicer.
It's not the early 90s, and it's definitely not the 80s anymore, you know? But Times Square in 1990 and before, holy cow. But Times Square now, it's like Disneyland. Yeah, Times Square now, Times Square used to be so freaking seedy, you know, because I saw it in 1990. It was such a seedy place. You know, even if you went there to just go to Broadway and stuff, it was still such a seedy place. But now, it's like the safest place you can feel. It feels like, you know, Las Vegas nicer. You know? So.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then it's so bright. The bright lights, man. They should call Times Square, you know, the Boulevard of Bright Lights, or the City of Blinding Lights itself, because that is such a blindingly bright
place. Dreams. No, that's a different thing.
What's that?
It would be the Boulevard of Broken Dreams, but
that's true. That's true, but we've got plenty of Boulevard of Broken Dreams. You know, go to, if you go on the West Coast, almost, especially the North. Well, not North. In Oregon, like all the coastal cities, that's a Boulevard of Broken Dreams. You know, you're like, man, these are people here who came out to retire, do a business, but realize if you have no people, you can't do business. You know, so, and so people come in the summer, but you need a year-round business to live. You know, so.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, this is good. I forgot I'm fighting Jimi. I was fighting him like I was fighting Akai. And the Kai is good. It's just that, you know, it's like, oh wait, this is much more aggressive. You know. The Kai is very strong. Oh, I love that setup. Oh, we're in Akai's Discord, yeah. I think Elson wants to jump in the voice chat. I think right now we're okay, but I appreciate it, Elson. I do. We're going to keep you on the text chat for right now. Especially when I have to fight Jimi.
I mean, look at that.
Look at that 3P perfect meaty.
That's just beautiful.
It was really beautiful. Poetry. It is. That 3P meaty was really good too. And then he's doing backdash evade.
Backdash evade is very strong.
It's very strong, especially against Kira. But it's really strong, period. Man, that sucked. Oh crap! Stance! It's a stance-based combo. It's a stance-based combo. Against Pi, it's stance-based. So, I need to read the stance for that combo. I got too greedy. I was like, oh, not lucky, stance-based. It was lack of my skill. I need to confirm that combo. Jimi Claymore is from Mexico. So, he is one of the best players in North America. Yeah.
I would argue he is the most awesome Virtua Fighter player. If you want to say Latin America. If you want to say North America, I would argue for that as well.
Yeah, he's one of the best.
Ooh, got me.
I do forget that Elson's travels does include both Latin America and South America already. So
Latin America is a part of North America and South America. But North America, even all of America, probably. I mean, he's the thing with Jimi, I want to say is
It cut out there. So you said the thing with
No,
Jimi.
it didn't cut out. I was just trying to think.
Oh, okay. Well, really quick, I do want to say, Tim, thanks a lot for the feedback. I'm definitely factoring that in. That basically Tim said that sometimes on different weight classes, the 4-3 P plus K bound with Leon is going to be very kind of like spacing, can be affected by spacing and timing. So I really appreciate that feedback, Tim, and it's good to have you here. Good to see you. Oh, Nala's in here too. I didn't realize. So really awesome to have you here, Nala. And I forgot that while we're talking, you're actually fighting. So.
Oh yeah.
I totally forgot. It's like let's like mental stacked against
Jesus Christ,
Jimi.
my mind just blanked out.
It's hard when you're fighting Jimi. You know. What I love is that when Jimi plays online, they insist on playing a very thoughtful, considered VF, and so they're not doing just what they think. They're not really playing to just do what they think is going to just win against you. They're trying to actually. They're working on their goal is definitely mastery, and so they're trying to do very specific things, and they're challenging themselves, whether they're doing something on reaction, but usually on read. And I like it. So like each game that I watch Jimi, I feel like there is certain goals in mind in Jimmy's play. So now my read is to try to read what that goal is and then try to undermine it, or try to play what I think is the best way to play against it. But it's
Damn, this was a very nice set with Jimi.
It was a really good game. That was a beautiful game.
Yeah, GG's Jimi. What was I talking about?
Well, you're saying the thing with Jimi, and then you're like, well, you're fighting him, so it's like hard to say. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Jimi and me and Nala. Okay, I haven't fought Nala in a long time. I do think Nala has had time sparring with Jimi. I hope.
I think so.
Alright.
I'm letting Paul know so that he can decide whether he wants to come online or not.
Or come to this room is what you mean, because he'll be online regardless.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, you don't have to be sorry for that. I was just clarifying. It's like he's online, but he also wants to test the connection. Paul likes to have more matches, and that's good. But also Paul likes to have really good connection. It's important to Paul.
Okay, now Jimmy saying that he lives close to Guanajuato is it just makes me think that he is El Santo.
That was a really good decision. Really good chasing the backdash. Really good managing all of that. So. Man, I don't actually know that move. Oh, that was a beautiful 6K.
That is a move that can be low or high, I think, or something.
Oh, I thought that was counter hit. Did I delay too long? I must have delayed too long. Yep, EX high can beat low attacks except for Leon's 2K. Leon's 2K is the one exception to EX high.
Well, low attacks. So EX high will get rid of
2K is a low.
Low?
Yeah. 2K is a low, and Leon's is an exception. Just like Eileen has an anti-Sabaki kick that like kick Sabaki will not work on Eileen's. I think it's like 6K plus G, but it's
Yeah, everybody has a well, not everybody, but
No,
there,
in the
there
game,
are tools like that.
in the game, there will be something that defeats it. Yeah, and so in this case, in this game, the only low attack I know that ignores EX high is Leon's 2K, the first kick.
Yeah, but it's everybody's 2K.
No. 2K will lose. 2K will get eaten up by EX high.
Really?
Yes.
Like my 2K.
Okay, so Pi is 3PK2.
Mm.
3P. You mean 3P2K? 3PK2. Okay. So 3P2K or 3PK2, as Jimmy wrote it, says that also ignores EXI. Good to know. Good to know. But no, most like if I do 1K, gonna get killed by EXI. If I do any other low, yeah. If I do sweep, gonna get killed by EXI. 2K wins. Not wins, but ignores. Again, the key term is that it ignores the EXI, right?
Yeah, because you can still get hit.
Right, because I can still get counter hit, right? It's just that, like, it's just that I'm not gonna get like my counter hit overridden, you know, or yeah.
Right, it's not gonna fall trap to the EXI's powers.
Yes. That's good.
That was a good evade. Ooh.
Thanks for
You have such a great talent for that move.
I have there's a feeling it's experienced.
Yeah.
That was really good.
PP.
So PPKK was the answer for what I was doing there. It beat the 1K. That was so good. Very good. I should have gone K, but that was good. That was excellent. Jimmy gambled. Very good gamble. Actually, it's not. He blocked it. That is a hard stagger break for me, but it's a good one. If you can do it, then that you mitigate that sequence. Such a fun. This is a really fun game. I'm having so much fun fighting Jimmy's Pie here. I hate that. Ah, that was good. Good game. Good game. I know that's weak. He just waited for this. It's really good. It's a very scary ring out threat. That was like a delayed while standing kick. Good game, Jimmy. That was so much fun. Very, very fun game. So 3PK2 can beat EXI. I need to test that out. That's a hard one to put in though. Like you have to do quite a bit to sequence that, but no, it's low. Oh, the wake, I mean, that's for everyone. No, this is a good matchup. This is so much fun. But yeah, so I guess, yeah, because Leon does have, the lighter they are, the more opportunities there are. And Leon has some interesting ways that you can ring him out from a wall. But I think it's good and it's fair because Leon is also very good at ringing people out, so. 3P so good. 3P plus K always good to just stop momentum. Tech rolling this throw is always a little tricky. Online is trickier, but it's still, I miss it in both online and offline. I think I tend to do it too early, though. I tend to input the tech roll too early.
Oh, what's
So beautiful. Beautiful wall standing kick, meaty. Nice. Switched into defense stance to intercept the punch was cool. Elson, that looks like a really good plan. Looks like a really good plan.
Okay. Yep.
Jimmy, I'm loving all these matches with your pie. So much fun. Oh, he's switching characters. Yep, here comes the Akira. I think he's giving Setsuna notes. It's a lot of good stuff, though. This is always good training. Alright. Though, how I fight Jimmy is different from how I fight Setsuna, too.
Oh yeah, they were very, very different.
This is how you punish the 1K. That's how you punish the wake up defense. Akira's meaty on Okizeme is so terrifying. It's really frustrating because that was really good. He did a delayed jab into the dashing elbow. Very good. Maybe not, but he did something good there. Yep, this is how you punish it again. 6 KP. Very good reaction there. Glad I didn't hit the wall. So. Good game, Jimmy. Good game. That was really, really fun. That was a lot of fun.
I want a serious fight.
He plays everyone, but I think Akira is actually his main, but he plays everyone, so I mean he plays so many characters at such a high level that I don't think there's a main anymore. Yeah, the answer is everyone. Gonna like hit feet, gonna kick feet.
So the extra part that looks like Barbara thing that I got you from Murakumo is is actually a tool that you can hide under the JLX silent. That helps you move the thing.
Oh, so, that was a brilliant 9P. I love it when Nala does these plays. So good. So good. Yep. I need to read that tip later, Tim, but thank you. I'm going to thank Tim for that. Ah, that was such a brilliant 2K just G. I should like low throw at least. Nice. That 9P is a good way to respond to that. Nice. That delay string will get me too. I was hoping for, because I had in my mind like what I was going to do next there. That was really good.
That was a nice reaction on that wind up punch that Nala did.
Thanks. Good game, Nala. That was such a fun battle. I did a lot of loose stuff at the end, but it was a lot of fun. Really good battle. Excellent fight. So low wall splat offer sometimes, Leon. Yeah, 3. Okay, yeah. Into the PP and the 8P plus K. Thanks a lot. I'll try to. I need to write that one down and really lab that before I can do that, but that sounds awesome. Alright. Elson, thank you very much. Rest well, and thank you very much. Always a pleasure. Yes, thank you very much, Akai. We're excited to have you this summer.
Round 2. Ready, go.
I'm really glad you've got Mike and I'm really glad you've got the opponents you do have, though. They're amazing.
That's what you get for living in Perth, mate.
But Perth is a very beautiful place.
I've never been. I want to go.
I haven't been there, but my wife went there when she was a flight attendant, so I got to see lots of pictures. Yeah, Jihoon is really awesome.
The only thing worse, yeah, mate. I can do New Cylinder as well. Yeah, Steven.
Yeah. Well, Elson, how do you like it when Americans always mix up South African for Australian, even though they sound totally different? It's really funny when Americans mix up South African for Australian. It's like... No, Made Man just basically is grumpy on the Discords unless he's talking about Total War. He's always going to kind of... Well, he's toned it down. He's toned it down recently. And for me, I didn't appreciate when when he's not playing and just complaining about the game when not playing it like ever, you know. And so because he would make his voice loud and he would make the Virtua Fighter Discord sound kind of like, well, like what Virtual Revival Discord was like for a while. And he's toned that down. He's a much more friendly presence right now, and he talks about stuff that he's enjoying, and I like that in the Discord. So right now he's talking about other stuff. Yeah. No, Maidman is a great VF player and an awesome organizer, but he doesn't feel like organizing anymore. He did organize some offline events in Australia, but I think COVID. I think he's tired after COVID. Especially because it is a new generation of players now. It's not all the same players as before, and there's other factors too. But I think he's just not feeling that fire right now. And so I'm not going to force him, but he gave it a good shot. But I think he just felt like he's kind of tired. So now he's kind of enjoying other stuff, and he does hang out in the Virtua Fighter Discords. He's good for chatting about most things, just probably not Virtua Fighter. So, yeah.
Oh man, that was serious.
Like when it comes to Virtua Fighter, he's just kind of a grumpy old man right now.
So Chancha, maybe you can tell me who actually is the poop tickler?
I don't know the poop tickler well. I believe he lives in the UK, and he's a community member. But I think for actually Virtual Revival Discord's not that bad right now, though it is the place where you can be a little more rude there. But he kind of likes that. He likes, in his view, it's like more of a straight talk, right? For me, it's more of just non-productive talk because it creates because it just creates a culture of complaining about everything, right? Which is like what happened to the VF Discords for a while, but I think is kind of recovering from that right now, because I felt that Maidman was just fostering a culture of complaining in the Discord, because when people are in their insular community. We know that at churches you have gossip circles. Discord becomes the introvert's gossip circle.
Yeah.
And so, I'm glad that they're recovering from it now. But Maidman is like a grumpy old man. Now, Poop Tickler, I think he's from the UK, and to his credit, he's had a lot of great moments in the community, and I like the guy personally. I just think that he enjoys the drama a little too much, and on the Discords. It played out to doing that, and that's why after a while a lot of people just for almost a year a lot of people were not active on Virtual Revival. Now they are again. But that said, the Virtual Revival Facebook group, really good, really nice community there. A lot of people that just enjoy VF on their own time. They're more of like the lurkers if they were in other parts of the community, but they are pretty awesome there. I love the Virtua Fighter Revival Discord or Facebook.
I mean, you would figure that, with the age bracket that, Virtua Fighter players tend to hit DN, that Facebook would be their most favorite place.
You would think that, but again, there's a lot of people that do become like grumpy old men. But again, that's probably more like that Discord is good at bringing that out in people because Discord is this kind of sanctuary. So, the old greater asshole internet theory from Petty Arcade that says with more anonymity and a louder microphone, you get to be more of an a-hole, right?
Yeah.
That was beautiful. That was really fun. That was great. That was great, Jimmy.
Play like that.
Yeah, so the hard part is when that happens to Discord. But again, right now, Virtua Fighter Discord has been a very nice place now. But sometimes that happens. And that will always kind of happen on Discord. But even in Facebook, some Facebook groups, that happens too. Good game, Jimmy. That was so much fun. So I had fun training this because I was trying to work on my... I didn't mind carrying the conversation because I was working on using the gear where I'm using more of my subconscious side in the fight. But I am still making decisions. I'm just managing it a lot more. and trying to see. So I had a lot of fun in that fight. But in my experience, training these gears helps you a lot in competitive play, tournaments, and even things like League. So it's a really good fight, really fun. It's still very 100% serious VF. It's just letting myself use that part of my brain that's less trying to focus so hard, right? But still focusing. It's just focusing in a more passive way. Yeah. Okay, but I like Made Man a lot. I love a lot of the chats I've had with them, right? It's just when grumpy old men kind of, again, circle jerk in the Discord is my issue. I like Poop Tickler a lot, but sometimes you can create too much drama, or sometimes you're embracing it too much, and sometimes you're just letting people say things that without thought, right? And it's kind of like the movie. There's a great quote from the movie Glass Onion, which is a Knives Out 2, and basically there's a character that's just like, I just speak the truth, and then the main character says it's very dangerous to confuse speaking the truth for speaking without thought. You know, and I would agree with that. You know, speaking without thought is just a lot of times very unwise. So yeah. So yeah, it's fine to have an opinion, but you know, we all deal with the consequences our own way. And the consequence sometimes is, yeah, you're gonna get feedback that you might not want to hear, and sometimes you get a fight you want, sometimes you get a fight you don't want. And that's totally cool. That's just human communication. So yeah. All right, Elson, have a good night, and thank you very much. I'll leave you be because and you know that I like our grumpy old men as much as I like our enthusiastic newer players. And I love our seasoned veterans. And I love the lurkers too, because there's a lot of lurkers everywhere. And that's what I find out when I go to locals. When I play offline, I meet a lot of people that have been reading but have never ever sent a message in the Discord, the forums, the Messenger, the Facebook, the Twitter. They read them, but they don't say anything, and usually they're a lot of the nicest people, and sometimes they're the strongest player. So, don't forget, there are people that lurk and are really great members of the community.
And look at Nala.
Good game.
Go to bed, Elson.
Yeah.
Go to bed. Go to bed. It's morning. Go to bed.
Sweet dreams. I'm glad that you have sleeping time like I do, which is like, you know, past 6 a.m. So, you know.
Yeah. I think we're past
that's why Elson
I think we're past that.
That's why Elson and I are the types that keep talking like crazy, because our brain is like active at night. So, you know. All right, good night. Turn off the brain. Shut off. We love you. So, we really do. So. I think Nala likes all the characters, really. But yes, but I do think they do enjoy having the prone stances, yes. But I think they enjoy using all the stances. I have a feeling Nala is always challenging themselves to use all the tools available, and I think that's also why they can really see what I see in Virtua Fighter, which is a game that has so many has a lot of moves, and almost all of them are useful.
Yeah, that's true. It uses Lei Long and Kajan.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. What the hell was that? That was so cool. I have never seen that. Have you seen that before? You play Akira, so you've probably seen it.
I had not.
Never seen like Vanessa run past the time.
Tendency to go under things.
Yeah. That was so cool. I don't know what to do with that, but it was cool. Aside from getting out of the corner, you know.
What the hell? What the hell?
Nala is like the.
That was
the
she
mix
broke
master.
my Tetsu's ankle in half.
I know, but it does happen
Okay.
though. It does happen because you've seen me do it with Leon. If you have a crazy hitbox property character, like one that jumps frames, then it will do that with Akira's hop kick.
Yeah. That was too much. I had something with Sarah just before when Bruce was using her. Which is why I said, okay, you got away because of that interaction.
Nice delay throw.
Oh, that was good. Ah, nice.
Were you trying to do
Good
4-6-P? Are you trying to do double palm?
No, I was doing...
Just making sure in case...
I
Yeah.
was doing the meteor punches.
Man, that input buffer thing with Akira. I inputted too early again. I'm like, dang it. Right there.
Yeah.
I gotta wait a moment. Especially with simpler inputs. Nice! Good game, good game.
Good.
I'm gonna keep working on that evade and rising attack, so... Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. GG's.
GG. Alright. Jackie battle is a lot of fun. Like, the Jackie battle is a lot of fun, but it is a hard fight. But it's really fun. Leon versus Jackie, I enjoyed a lot. But it is scary. But it's intense. I think it's the type of battle that, like, Nala would like, just like I do. So. Yeah. Are you talking about the EI Gary, which is like the flash blade kick? I blocked. I too late. I still do it too slow. Yeah, the EI Gary is such a fun move. You should play Jackie just because of that move. It's so much fun. Oh my god, just elbow. I just need the elbow there. That was good. That was good. That was good. I just need the elbow there. good.
Alright, I'm gonna call it. I will catch you on the flip side, though.
I almost did the...
Oh, that's nice.
Yes, beautiful. That was awesome. That was awesome. Really good one, Jim. I did not expect that at all. That was so cool. Really good game. Really good game, Jimmy. That was cool.
I will catch you guys later.
Catch you later, Setsuna. Had a wonderful time today. Thank you for the battles.
Yeah, me too. Fantastic games.
The Sabaki is so good. Yes, 100%. You know that I appreciate a good play, even when it's done on me. So that was so cool. Good games, Setsuna. Good games. Go charge my phone, because I will have to go pick up my wife soon. Not too soon. I get to play a little more. My wife works at a hotel. It is crazy busy there right now. A lot of people are without power, or have been since yesterday, and because of that, they are staying at a hotel, or at hotels. So the hotels are slammed. That's why it's good that hotels have backup generators. Yes, keep fighting with us, Nala. I like these battles. I think three people in the room is a lot of fun for me, because that downtime of observing and commentating is a lot of fun. But then also going on a run is a lot of fun too. Yeah, 3 to 4 people is really fun to play. 3 to 4 people is a lot of fun. If it goes above 4, that's when I like to, maybe... I think when it hits 6 is when I usually like to switch it to League. So that's why I usually set up the rooms as League battle rooms. And then be like, okay, we'll do room matches, but once we hit 6 people, we'll do a League so everyone can get matches in. And that format has been a lot of fun for me. Obviously, I don't stream as often as I'd like to, but part of the reason is because I'm playing a lot of offline VF like 3 times a week now. So... but outside of that, I got do a lot of family stuff to make sure that I'm okay doing that stuff. That was some beautiful stuff there. There's another good Sabaki moment.
Round 5. Ready, go!
One of the fun things in Virtua Fighter is intentionally putting yourself at disadvantage. So this is where things like low kick can be really good, because a lot of times low kick on a normal hit is going to be like a -2 or so, or something similar, maybe -3, maybe -4. If it's -4, then you could do a fuzzy guard as a good practice, but it's also fun to use your character's Sabaki attacks. So a common thing is like low kick into like Sabaki that beats elbow. Really, really great, right? If you have a Sabaki that beats elbow and punch, like low kick is such a good spot to use it. Like after you chip them with a low kick, and then you do the Sabaki, it's a very mean tactic. Of course, it loses to 2P, but then you can you can do stuff after when they 2P you. So 2P is just only chipping you. You just got to worry about what happens after 2P. It worked out. I'm just like, I think I have enough time to do this.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Good round. Good round. Nice answer. Nice answer. You're like, you're going to try doing that again. Yes, I am.
Round 4. Ready, go!
Good game, Jimmy. So much fun fighting. Thank you very much.
I want a serious fight.
It's a lot of good training and a lot of good risk management fighting the Pi War. That said, I'm guessing that is a challenge for Pi is dealing with the utility character, right? Like Leon matchup is actually pretty hard for Pi because Leon has utility and can play kind of this similar kind of game as her, but score good damage while doing it. But the risk is still there. If I go for damage, I'm gonna eat a lot of risk.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Yeah. Right, yeah. Oh, I'm glad I guessed right. Glad I guessed really well there.
Round 3. Ready, go! Excellent.
Whew. Good game, Nala. We'll keep fighting. Keep fighting. It's a lot of fun fighting your Vanessa.
I want a serious fight.
Yeah, she punishes Abari really good. For baby Abari and not crazy risk. Yeah, 100%. Jim, okay, Tim says, baby Abari, low risk Abari. Yeah, yeah.
Ready, go! Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
Very fun. Good round.
Round 3. Ready, go!
I'm so glad this worked. I had a strong feeling about it.
Ready,
That was it. Good game. Good game, Jimmy. Very good game. I really like this battle though. Pi used to give me the hardest time, but I think it's because for me to fight Pi, I have to manage the risk like a lot, and I think I can still do it while still playing like my game. But I do have, but the thing is eventually those sweeps are going to cost me. Those sweeps are a big deal. So, but Pi has has interesting ways to deal with it if she does block it. So she can of course 1K plus G combo. She could low throw, which is not a gamble. Beautiful intruder punch. That was such an awesome intruder punch. I love that intruder punch. Correct direction, everything. I do like intruder punch a lot. Like, it's a really good anti-Leon tool. So beautiful intruder punch again. I love those intruder punches. They really do mess up precision play. They do mess up like trying to hit on certain things. +8. I use +8 to set up 2K. I don't do it good, but it's something I do start to do nowadays. Like high jab counter hit. But +7, no, +8 though is good. +8's good for 2K. That was a really fun battle, Nala. I hope you appreciate what I was doing in that match, but it was a lot of fun.
What a knucklehead.
It's like these two characters are actually giving me a lot to work on with my Leon. High jab's one. Blocking, mostly it's blocking something that puts you at +8, but I don't do it too much, right? I try to just sneak it once in a while. And sometimes I'm not properly hit checking it, but it's fun. I was too slow, but I was trying to do the correct combo here. Boom, 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 boom. so much fun. I wanted to go for it, but it was really fun. It reminded me all the dangerous things about Pi here. Oh, that's so good! God, that sucks. Oh, that tech roll was inputted so much earlier that I didn't think it was going to happen. and, and then it's like, wait, I'm getting up? Good game. Really good game, Jimmy. That was an awesome game. That was so much fun. So a lot of interactions I enjoyed that I'm like getting a little bit more. So I'm enjoying it so much. A lot of fun interactions. That's what makes VF so fun. I almost hit full screen, by the way. Almost hit full screen. Good fights. Good fights. Good fight.
Round one. Ready, go!
It's probably not something you can do right now, but if somebody is threatening doing 2G a lot, like fuzzy guarding, low throw can sometimes be really good, but some people can't. It's hard to react to the low throw animation, but some people, if you do it too much, they might try to counter hit. They try to hit you out of it. But every now and then, when you're fighting somebody that's being patient and doing 2G, low throw is a really good deterrent. Just doing it like once we'll do plenty, but of course right now Jimmy hears me telling you that. But it's one of those things to always consider, especially when you fight a Pi that likes to do ducking. But don't try to do it too much. Just one of those things where you throw it in once in a while just to scare them off of fuzzy guarding. But now Jimmy's playing much more attacking, so. But it was just more for a future note, because you can see it and you can spot it in the future, like, oh, this is what they're doing. And Jimmy uses it too. That's why Jimmy caught me with the 3 P plus G and then went straight to the 4-6 P plus G. My job is to escape that 6 P plus G though. Or no, 6 P. No, my job is to escape that 3 actually. But my real job is to be able to break that stagger, and then I can just worry about 2 and 1. So the trick about Pi is you want to get good at breaking the stagger from 3 P plus G. If you can do that, you can cut off one of a big damage source. So have the AI, or record the AI doing the sequence of 4-6 P plus G, 3 P plus G, backdash, kick launcher. And you want to at least block that so you force them to do the other setups, the other damage. Yes, that's true. That's why I'm not saying for Nala to do lots of low throws. I'm saying just once in a while, if you're seeing somebody that's playing very patient, especially the 2G style, then just call it out once or twice. You know, you can take a combo damage. All right, here we go, Jimmy. Good stuff.
Round 2. Ready, go!
I see. Right there, called out there. Bad guesses.
Round 3. Ready, go!
I did a decent recovery at least. Thank you. I got tilt. I'm mentally stacked. I needed to do combo. I needed to do the correct combo, and I would have run one on the ring out. That bound. I didn't believe. I didn't believe either. Good game, good game. Really good game. But I was supposed to 2P there, yeah. Good game. 6P... not against Pi. But actually that would have won that. No. Very good game. Very, very good game. I've got about 5 more minutes. I can play another game or 2. And then I'll have to call it because I got to go prepare to pick up my wife from work. But this is so much fun, and I love fighting Evolved very much. Thank you so much, Jimmy, for this. Thank you, Nala, for this too. Oh, that was... There we go. That's the bound. Yeah, I think Nala did like the defense stance bound, and it was in offense stance, if I understood correctly. So it's like, oh, okay. But that's cool, though. It was the right idea. And that would have been like... But they made up for it by doing another bound later. Such a good opener, too. Better than you would think. But it does have vulnerability, so you gotta be careful. 9P is so good. Like, Jimmy had the right idea, but it's like you have to wait long because of EX High. That's what... EX High is so cool. Like, I love that EX High exists in this game, but it's as frustrating as it is, but it's awesome because it's another situation check. Like, when you see the EX High, you have to train yourself not to hit the button too early. You're like, I ducked the move, but I gotta wait before hitting a button. That's what EX High makes you do. Because if you hit the button, you get counter hit by it. Tim said, yeah. Thanks for the tip. Yes, low throw whiff is dangerous, though. So. 3-3G standing recovery punish throw is too hard offline. Online. Interesting. Yeah. That was a really good battle. I missed the last round, but the game was really good between you two. I'm glad Nala gets to see a lot of the beautiful things about Virtua Fighter. And all the other fighters too. But Virtua Fighter. Only 2 KK in that type of situation unless you have frame advantage. .4p, 9p is a mid. It will defeat 4p. We will defeat the 9p K army. Something like that, yes. It's room matches are always a form. This is always a good type of training too, because you learn a lot doing this. That was such a fun round. Really fun round, Jimmy. Thank you very much. Had to wait. I went for the most risky option, but I just wanted to try. Good game, good game. I should have just gone for the spin kick, but still, lots of fun. I think he would have blocked it though. I think he would have dash cancel into block, but still, really good fun. Good game, Jimmy. So much fun. Yes. Yes, 100%. That's why I like fighting her too. You can avoid a lot of risk with her. That's why Shiwapan plays her. Yeah, and yes. So that is her specialty. And that you know, Gentleman Thief plays the way that like tries to play the way that like Shiwapan plays, which is to maximize 2G and react to the most dangerous mids, except the smaller ones, but make sure that you're maintaining a life balance lead, but that you're accepting the smaller mids to do that. Jimmy is still playing much more like using reads in combination with reactions, which is really the way most people should play, because the way that Shiwapan and GT tries to play is really hard, but it is like the super low risk way of playing. It is like the absolute minimal risk way of playing VF, and to manage it in a way where on balance you try to make bigger decisions. But of course GT does it with John, but Pi has really got the tools to be very strong at doing this, because she can chip away at the opponent and make up that balance, where John makes up the balance by getting a good hit in. But Pi is chips away and has really good throws too. So yeah, she's like net positive. But the way Shiwapan does it is really scary. And again, that's maximizing the use of 2G. Because when you 2G a lot, well, you can't be thrown, so you cut off throw damage. But you need a high level of reaction, and you also have to, if people do throw, if you have to punish it to make this balance work out. And so, they'll punish it with PK just to make sure that they're getting the punish, you know. And then they'll use the other tools too. And this is something that GT's been doing a while, and if you ever talk to GT, he'll tell you this is how he plays. He will say this is, he says, the way he'll say it will sound very declarative. He'll say, I 2G and I know to block your dangerous mids, He'll make it sound like he blocks every mids, but he's really talking about the most dangerous ones, and he's selectively letting himself get hit by the ones that are too hard to react to. But what he's doing, he's cutting off throws, he's cutting off the biggest launchers, he's cutting off a lot of the game and then just punishing there. But then he, of course, will impose his will a bit too, because GT's playing John. John should totally... Yeah, this will be the last one. Thank you so much. Last one for you both, I think. Or if I lose, then last one. So, and Jimmy is very scary when he's set on winning, so... All right, Jimmy, let's do this. But then reads are different when people are not loaded. I love Leon's PK is one of the coolest moves. Leon's PK is a really cool design by itself, so. Such a fun battle. Oh, this might be it. Good game. Good fight. Good fight, though. Thank you so much, Jimmy. I really enjoyed that battle. I really enjoy this. The Leon Pi matchup is something that I really enjoy working on. It used to drive me absolutely insane because of the features of Pi. Very good games. Very good games. Everyone, thank you so much. And you all have a good one. I was hoping for one more battle with Nala, but it's okay. I'm going to go pick up my wife. But thank you very much. Tim, thank you very much for joining the chat. I love chatting VF with you. I'm going to write down those things that you wrote in the chat. I'm going to make those notes and I'm going to work on it. But thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you so much. Everything about your VF, everything about you personally. Thank you so much. Happy New Year again. And you are so appreciated. So, Nala too, thank you very, very much. Like, you are very much appreciated as well. So, everyone have a good one. Let's see who we're going to raid. And should be a lot of fun. Oh no, I got rid of the chat. I'm going to have to reload the chat sometime to get those notes from Tim. I totally forgot that if I did that, I would wipe out. Oh, I've got the chats here. I'm going to take a photo of them first. Let's make sure we don't lose those. Because Tim always gives good notes to me. I really appreciate them so much. We're going to raid a player who's playing VF. Be nice to them. It looks like they're learning VF. Be very encouraging. Let them know what a wonderful game this is. Don't overload them. Just Just give them a response based on how they are doing, and little tips, not huge tips, not too many tips, not complete knowledge. Just give them little tips to help them enjoy the game more. Okay? Cheers. Good kid.